Well, if I'm a
Strange
flat
question.
earther, you should automatically know that sentence. It gives you your answer for flat Earth. Now
Do you
you asked
think that?
about the moon.
Yeah,
Um, the moon, does it have to be round? Do I need it to be? Do we need it to be round?
I don't know. Do
I
you
don't
need
either,
it to
brother.
be around? I don't know about flat Earth, so
I don't need an Earth to be round because I'm a flat earther. I'm on a flat Earth.
okay.
Why are you concerned with people's beliefs?
Well, I just want to know what the explanation for the moon is.
Oh, you're interested in explanations. I see.
Yes.
Well,
You,
well,
you,
we don't swear in a way.
What?
Moon, we don't see it square.
Well, yeah. It looks
Definitely not a square.
it looks round and it orbits us. So
Oh, hello. So we go with it looks round. What's this orbit thing you're talking about?
well, it floats around us in space in a circle, and that's called orbiting.
Okay. So this would be your belief, yes?
Yeah.
Okay, no worries. That's what you believe.
And what do you believe?
That the moon is above the surface of the Earth. And we see it sometimes during the day, sometimes during the night. I've never seen a full, what you would call orbit, as you can see the moon above the horizon for 24 hours in the Arctic and the Antarctic.
You can see
So,
the moon move in the sky.
yes, we see the moon move in the sky, yes.
You can see it move from one side of the horizon to the other. So
That's
therefore it goes to the other side of the earth.
okay, so I maybe missed what I said. You can observe the moon above the horizon for 24 hours in the Arctic and the Antarctic. So we can see it above the floor the whole day. Doesn't seem to
Okay.
be going around any curve or anything, as it seems to be above the floor.
You still haven't answered my question. Is the moon round? Yes or no?
It appears to be round. It looks spherical. I could deduce that it probably is spherical, but I've got no way of confirming the observation, being as I've not gone to the moon.
Okay. That's all I wanted.
Okay?
Do you think it's a sphere? That's all I wanted to know.
Possibly.
Okay. I'm satisfied. That's all I want to know.
Cool, cool. High fives all round. Was there any other questions?
No.
So you know everything then? A man who has no questions must know everything.
Did he just leave?
I think so.
No,
Mate.
I'm still.
Oh, he's
So
still
he's
here.
still here. Okay, cool. Right, who are we talking? Master Shake. Cool. I was just wondering,
Dancing is
Master.
forbidden.
Dancing is forbidden. Okay, alright. Okay. I'm not dancing. But I was just wondering if you think that we think that Earth is like an object in space, in outer space.
Well, of course it is. Yeah, I think you think it is.
Oh, I see.
Do you think
Yeah,
that
no,
we're just a
I don't.
simulation?
No, no. But I don't think Earth is an object in outer space.
Yeah.
I don't think that. I do not think that
Then tell me
Earth
what you
is.
do think.
I think that whatever we live on is planar in nature.
Wouldn't that be an object?
Possibly. I couldn't tell you, but I don't think it's in outer space.
Then what is it in?
I don't know.
What are the stars we observe in the night sky?
I don't know. Lights. I
They're
just perceive
lights?
them as light. I perceive them as light.
So maybe we're just like an ornament hanging on some big Christmas tree, and all those
No.
lights are like twinkly lights connected to the tree.
No, I'm not attempting to explain anything like that. I'm just describing the surface of what we live on.
Okay. So what you're saying is you cannot explain what the stars in the night sky are. You can't explain what the moon is, and you can't explain what the earth is.
Not in its entirety, but we can determine.
You can guess?
We can determine characteristics of the surface. So like surfaces have qualities, right? Inherent, right? Yeah. Well, this one turns out is planar in nature. It's like distributed with respect to horizontal, so that when we want to see if there's a change in that surface, like whether it's like dipping or rising, like we'll reference that to horizontal. And for that, we'll use something called mean sea level.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Explain
horizontal-
mean sea level. What is that?
Well, from an average point of between where the sea appears to be at its highest and lowest, we'll average it out in the middle, right? And we'll use that as being a relatively stable reference to a zero elevation, right? Zero depth, zero height, right?
Right.
Right. And then we'll extend a line out from that horizontally and determine whether like things like land is above or below that.
Right. So when you look over the horizon and you measure the horizon, right? Would you just make a one line, one dimensional measurement, or how do you measure that?
Well, I'm not quite sure if I understand what you're saying.
Okay, so you take a picture of the horizon, right? You look at the horizon and you say, wow, the horizon's flat. How do you measure the horizon? Do you measure it from where you're standing past the horizon? Or do you just measure the visible horizon?
There's only one horizon, and yeah, it's horizontal. That's where we get the word horizontal from the word horizon.
Right. So, yeah, there's one horizon. So the horizon moves as you move on the surface of the Earth?
No.
Then how
Not
come
quite
I
sure
can't
what you mean.
see the Yucatan Peninsula from Florida?
Air.
Because it's too far away for your eyes to angularly resolve. In layman's terms, it's too far away for you to see. Second problem is you're looking through thousands and thousands of miles of atmosphere, and the atmosphere isn't transparent over distance, it's opaque. So you're not going to be able to see things that are very, very far away based on those two premises. But short answer, it's too small for you to see at that distance.
And reflected light is the worst kind of light to see.
Right. Okay.
You understand that things appear to get smaller with distance, right?
Yeah.
Good. So things like a city that's
Or
over
a ship,
1,000 miles,
like a boat.
like
yeah, that's
anything.
smaller as it sails away, and eventually it disappears over the horizon.
Now,
You understand the horizon moves, though, right?
I thought you just said it didn't.
No, that was someone else. The horizon moves on atmospheric conditions or the type of optic or technology that you're using to make the observation. So the horizon can appear further away with, say, a high-powered zoom camera when compared to your eye.
Right. So if I go out and I take a telescope, for example, will I be able to see the Yucatan Peninsula? Maybe I should try that.
From where?
From the coast of Florida.
Okay, how many thousands of miles is that?
I'd say 2,000-3,000 miles.
Okay, so you understand the two things that I spoke about are still going to be invoked. Even optics, like a telescope, has an angular resolution limit. And 2,000 miles worth of atmosphere, you're going to have a problem with that because it's opaque over a distance of about 300 to 500 miles.
Mm.
Yeah, essentially, all optics have diffraction limits. Your eyes, telescopes, binoculars.
And I was referring to the geometrical actual size of whatever the ball was supposedly supposed to be. It doesn't grow or shrink. The dirt and water just like stays that size. That's what I was referring to when I said no. But what you see happening in reality, you know, on flat Earth, that's different than the idea of what your ball would be.
I'm sorry, Yucatan is 600 miles away.
And
I don't know.
What's your eye height?
Well, I'm 6 feet tall, so I don't know
So
how far away.
So you might want to gain altitude. You could maybe go up to about 35,000 feet and see it then if you were to use a high-powered optic.
Okay. Yeah.
yeah, you probably see past it, depending on what type of optic or infrared or the way depending on what you're looking for and how you do it.
What causes the northern lights on flat Earth?
The sun's interaction with the magnetic field.
With the what?
The sun's interaction with the magnetic field.
Oh, we have a magnetic field?
Yeah.
So we have
we do. Somebody's got the radio playing.
A core of the Earth?
Sorry, core of the Earth? What?
Yeah, is there a core of the Earth?
Sorry, what's a core of the Earth?
A core where all the Earth's magma is stored that creates a magnetic field on Earth.
What's the temperature of the core?
It's really hot. Let's just say that.
So you understand that really hot molten iron and nickel, when it goes past its Curie point, which is about 700 degrees, it will lose the ability to form or hold a magnetic field. Molten metal doesn't cause magnetism.
Then how do we have a magnetic field?
I don't know. But we have one, don't we?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. But can you explain it?
No.
What the hell?
What the heck?
Explain why you see lights from the way the air works and stuff. I mean, there's just, I think, the only way it's going to work, isn't it?
I mean, yeah. I mean, if you can explain it, that would be great.
So, no, listen. You already got an explanation for it, don't you?
Yeah, we have a magnetic field, but
okay, you have a magnetic field.
It's a mystery why it happens.
It sounds like your answer was the same from the other gentleman. I think there's some, yeah. So, like, what's your problem?
I'm just trying to figure out if you guys believe that there's a core in flat Earth.
A core of flat Earth?
Yeah,
No, I wouldn't get a core. No, that'd be like saying, where's the center part of an unknown area?
Okay, how flat is a flat Earth?
What do you mean? Well, the Earth itself has topography and everything.
Correct.
The thing that's flat is the elevation principle of zero, the mean line.
So it's kind of like
So elevation. Hold on. Elevation works on a horizontal principle, a line. Imagine
yeah,
a line forever, right?
right,
Not saying flat Earth has to be forever. I'm just saying a line forever. That's the
right.
principle flat Earth works on. You put a line above it, a line below it. Now you have your mean line. That flat Earth principle, zero. And along this horizontal line, I never increase. I only increase zero, going horizontally forever. Now, and that's in real life. That's how that works. And then when we go up 1/1,000,000th of an inch or down 1/1,000,000th of an inch below it, that's how that works. And when we go back up, we get back to it. It never arcs down below itself. It always stays. And that's our reference for oil, water mixing. That's our reference for voltage. That's our reference for elevation, height,
Okay,
pressure.
explain your math behind this, please.
Zero. A
Zero.
straight line, a perfect straight line is the elevation principle.
Okay, how thick is this flat Earth?
How what?
How thick is a flat Earth?
I just know it's a little bit thicker than 8 miles so far. That's what we've dug. Supposedly, that's what the farthest the government's dug in the dirt is 8 miles. So the information they give is 8 miles.
Okay, so your principle of science is
No science.
basically based off of just guesswork, right?
No. So it's measurement.
It's
what the
measurement?
that's the mock was pointing that out to you. So elevation, height, and depth below the mean average of sea level, which is the 0 point where all altitudes and depths are taken from. That mean sea level is the horizontal reference datum that the mock was talking about. That's how water is measured and practically used as a horizontal reference datum.
Alright.
What's a measurement?
So it's not guesswork, it's observation, measurement, and practical use.
Yeah, what's the measurement?
He was just telling me he
Sorry,
doesn't know how the magnetic field is formed.
Okay, and I just proved to you with your claim of a molten iron core that molten iron and nickel that goes past the Curie point of over 700 degrees will not hold or form a magnetic charge.
The very center of the Earth is under so much pressure, and no matter how hot it is, it's still solid. So
He said magma, molten.
molten. That's the magma layer. The core is solid.
That's lovely.
Have you been there? Have you been to this core to verify this?
Yeah. No, I haven't.
Oh, you haven't been there. Now, how do you know it's there?
I don't know.
Just a belief?
How do we know the Earth has a magnetic field?
Because we can measure the magnetic field. In actual fact, we use the magnetic field for things like navigation. You know what a compass is, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Cool. So we can measure the phenomena of the magnetic field.
How do you know it's the magnetic field?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's sort of a nonsense question. I don't even know how you would answer that.
Exactly.
Oh, fucking high five, Sunshine. Well done. You've asked a question and you agreed that it's a malformed question and you're happy about it.
It's not a malformed question.
You just had it pointed out to you that we don't know how to understand that. And you went, exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
You agreed with the critique of your argument. So, fucking hell.
You don't even know how the magnetic field works.
I'm not making a claim to what causes the magnetic field.
I can tell you how it works. It's a giant mass of iron that creates a gravitational field, and it has a north and a south.
Got an experiment to prove this? Or you
Yeah.
just been. Or okay,
We
cool. Show
we
me.
have gravity. I can drop something and it falls to the ground.
Okay. So that would be the first step of the scientific method. That isn't an experiment. That's just you observing a phenomena so far.
Right.
Okay, I asked you for an experiment, not the observation of the phenomena itself. I asked you
Right.
to provide an experiment to what causes that.
Okay. Well, we can look at Cambrian rocks in Canada and see seismic shifts in those rocks. We can see that tectonic plates move on the surface of the ocean, and we have observed these plates moving, and we even have islands on Earth that are exposed tectonic plates that mash together and create islands, right?
And yeah,
That's
I'm
how we
still.
know the Earth has layers, because there are different exposed layers, right?
Okay.
And
Sorry, how did we
in the
jump
Earth
topic?
there is magma,
Dude,
right?
dude. How did we jump topics from you giving me a scientific experiment for gravity to the layers of the Earth? Sorry, did I miss something? Did we decide to change conversation?
No, this is the same conversation.
No, okay, so talk about gravity then, not the layers of the Earth.
What do you want to know about gravity?
Well, I asked you about no less than a minute ago. Scientific experiment that proves it. You said dropping something. I pointed out that's just the observation of a phenomena, not an experiment.
So you want
Now
me to
you
prove to you that there's gravity?
maybe you could prove to yourself that it was gravity, mate.
Okay. All right. I want you to pick any object up around you.
Okay. Yep.
Drop it to the floor.
Okay.
Does it fall and hit the floor?
No. I picked up gas and uncontained it and it went fucking everywhere.
Okay.
Yeah, mine went
Grab
up.
something
What's going on?
solid.
No, it didn't.
Oh,
It didn't go everywhere.
solid, right? Okay.
Most of it went to the ground. Why?
No, he's back again. You have no place in this conversation. Fuck off.
Mine did. Mine didn't. It went up, and it's got solidity to it. What's going on?
80% of the gas is to the surface.
No,
Why?
I told you, you don't have a place in this conversation. We're talking to somebody else who is a little bit more literate than you are, Robert. Fuck off. So, my friend, are you going to give us an experiment for...
Damn.
You know, Robert's tested our patience and doesn't deserve to be here. And he's not going to interrupt a conversation with this young gentleman and start derailing things. So, you asked us to pick something up. We're trying to point out to you that not everything goes down.
Right.
Cool.
Correct.
Yes, correct. So not everything goes down then.
Right.
Cool.
Such as hot air. Hot air.
Or any gas.
Some gases fall, like cold air.
Sorry. That's because of the relationship between the density and the energy of the differential of gases, i.e. the temperature.
I.e., cold air falls and hot air rises.
Yeah. Awesome.
That's why we have
so you're trying to point out that pick something up, it will go down, and now we're talking about the differential between the two states of gases that are of a different temperature. You're not doing too well proving gravity here. And at the moment, at best, I'll tell you what, I'll play along with you. I've picked up my mobile phone and I've dropped it. Okay. And
it hit the floor. Wow.
Yeah.
What a surprise.
Awesome. Yes, what a fucking surprise. This seems to happen always. Okay. And
you just proved gravity to yourself?
No, I didn't. This is the phenomena. Do you know what a scientific hypothesis is?
Yeah, an unproven scientific experiment.
No. A hypothesis is a special type of prediction where you predict the cause of the
Yeah, you
phenomenon.
predict an outcome.
Yeah. And then you're going to verify that hypothesis through experimentation, where you, the researcher, varies and manipulates the presumed cause to see if it changes the dependent variable or not.
Okay. Explain
Good.
to me why your phone
No.
just fell.
I'm not going to explain to you. I want you to understand this, that dropping things is just the observation of a phenomena. What is your scientific prediction as to the cause of why my mobile phone went to the ground?
Because the Earth has mass, and that mass attracts your phone to the floor, which causes gravity, right? That gravity attracts all things to the core of the Earth, right?
Apart from the gas that we were talking about earlier. But I'll sidestep that just for your educational benefit. I understand what you're saying with repeating this idea that mass attracts mass. You know who Einstein is, right?
Yeah.
Good. So this wouldn't be in accordance with the current scientific rhetoric that mass attracts mass. According to the current scientific rhetoric, the displacement of mass in a four-dimensional pseudo-coordinate system, better known as space-time, is the reason why things appear to fall to the floor. So I think you're about 110 years out of date.
Okay. Do you believe that humans have mass? Do you believe that our bodies have mass? Do you believe in...
Excuse me, what's mass?
Mass is the amount of density in your cells, right?
The amount of
for
density.
example, elements have atomic mass, right? And that's how many electrons and protons are in its cell formation.
Yeah, that's atomic mass, yeah.
Right. That's mass.
So that's mass, is it? The amount of substance in a space. The amount of substance in space, yes, no, maybe so.
How heavy something. The amount of matter in an object.
How heavy something is? No.
Yeah.
No.
What do you mean, no?
That's not the description of mass.
Then what's the description of mass?
It's your claim. It's your claim, dude.
Okay,
I'm not making a claim about mass doing anything. My next question would be, if you're going to say that mass attracts mass, I'm going to ask you, how?
A larger mass, such as a giant fucking ball of iron, is going to attract 130 pounds of human flesh and bone. Because it's...
Okay, it's like I have to ask you again, how?
Gravity, a gravitational field. The core is charged with a positive and negative, and it has a north and a south pole. It has two poles.
Why are you invoking magnetism? Talking about gravity, fine.
How can we have no core of the Earth?
Don't ask me questions.
Field on Earth.
Don't ask me questions. You're supposed to be demonstrating what fucking mass. Sorry, how mass attracts mass. How?
I just told you.
No, you didn't. You started talking about the core of the Earth, of magnetic poles, which
you're explaining it to yourself.
Sorry, please don't speak through me. Every time you decide to speak through me, it's like you want to avoid your embarrassment. Please don't do that. I'll ask you again for the fourth time. How?
Which part? Which part do you want to know?
How does mass attract mass?
Okay, let me explain it again. Are you listening?
Yeah, you didn't explain it the first two fucking times, Sunshine. That's why I keep having to repeat the question, how? How does amount of substance in a space over here attract amount of substance in a space over there? How?
Because it contains a significant amount of mass itself, which
Okay, so
generates
there's
a
lots of mass.
gravitational pull.
Yeah, good. There's lots of mass over here and lots of mass over there, and according to you, they're going to attract each other. I'm asking
Right.
you, how?
Because it's very dense, right?
To someone else, talk to him. He's not going to fucking answer me.
What? I just answered you.
No, you didn't provide the mechanism, you idiot.
Oh, do you want a formula?
I want the mechanism. How? How does the amount of substance in a space that is resistant to acceleration attracting instantaneously a body of substance of space that is resistant to acceleration? How?
All right. The Earth is
Oh God, story fucking time. Just give me the mechanism.
gravity. It's called gravity.
Yeah, I don't care what you fucking call it. I want to know the mechanism.
What mechanism? What else could I possibly explain to you?
Yeah. How? The mechanism. You could provide the mechanism.
Okay.
Just fucking hell.
I don't know how.
You're making Master Shake look bad, dude, and this is not going well.
I don't know how to explain it to you. Other than what I've just told you.
Correct. Yes, you do not know how to explain it. Correct.
Well, you won't believe me if I tell you. So I've told you.
Oh, I'm fucking sorry, Secret King. Have you been withholding information because you divined that I would not accept it? Have you been playing with me for the past... Shut up!
You don't believe
it. Have you been playing with me for the last 5 minutes?
What?
Just provide the mechanism.
The mechanism. Define mechanism.
Yeah, a physical interaction. How?
Okay. All right. Something that's really big attracts something that's really small.
Okay, how does it attract?
Because it's really big.
My word. You are not providing a mechanism.
Check in text chat, kid. Even other Globers are laughing at you.
But Jedi, it's really, really big.
Yep.
Because orange. What?
Yeah, you're lost, man. He's asking how gravity is big. This thing is big and this thing is small. That's... Come on.
You said your bones get pulled to the iron.
All right. You've got one chance, Robert, being as you appear to be laughing at me in the side chat. How does mass attract mass?
Scientists don't know. We told you that.
No.
The closest thing we have is Einstein mechanics. Einstein and mechanics. Mass tells time how to curve. So it's an interaction. Once something has mass, the byproduct is gravity. That's how much they know.
The byproduct is unknown.
Because of the gravitational constant that is measured by the Cavendish experiment. The gravitational constant is 6.6 times 10 to the minus
Fucking
11.
Godfather, that's the biggest load of horseshit I've ever heard.
Brother, calm down.
I'm not your brother. That would make you my sister.
Calm down, dog. Calm down.
Stop dribbling shit, Robert.
Yo, it's
you
not.
don't
It's
know
not.
what the causational mechanism is. You already
is.
admitted it.
Can you, Big Man? You have admitted that you don't know anything. Okay.
Shut up, Robert. Fuck off.
I haven't admitted anything yet.
Robert,
other than
if
the
that
fact
was
that
the
we live
case,
on a
why
plane.
didn't they replicate it?
Oh dear. I can see why he was
Why don't we have anti-gravity planes flying around and force fields and stuff like that if we could replicate it just like you said? That was the equation. It's preposterous.
I take it you've had an entertaining day, Jedi?
Yeah, it's been entertaining. Again, I'm extremely disappointed with people, but it's been entertaining. Did we lose the last guy?
That young one, Master someone. I don't know where he went.
Yeah, he left. I think that pisses me off more than anything. It was a reasonable conversation. I was hoping to get him somewhere, but okay.
He's going to be thinking a lot about gravity. Just like Googling.
No, you may not. You don't know with some of them. Right. Now, what does this NASA-injected Jamaican tard want?
Matrix is all.
Yeah, I was just trying to say the gravitational constant, brother. It's there. I measured it myself. I measured it with
Measured it
two
yourself?
separate. I measured it with two separate masses. I've measured it with iron. I've measured it with lead. The reason why we did it with
using
lead.
Cavendish?
The reason why we did it with lead is because lead is inert. It does not give up its electrons as well.
Take a
There's
step
no
backwards.
charge.
How
So,
did you do it? Not what did you do it with? How?
Okay. How did we do the Cavendish experiment?
That's not what I asked you. How did you test for gravity? Using Cavendish. Yes or no?
Cavendish measures gravity. It measures a phenomenon.
No. I didn't ask you if it measures gravity. Cavendish does not measure gravity.
It measures the attraction between mass.
Yeah, that's yet to be proven. Every time I've ever suspended
No,
anything
Cavendish
off
proved
a
it.
white... Did I ask you to talk through me?
I didn't prove it.
Yes, he did.
How come, Robert? Hey, Robert, here's something, a bit of a question for you. Why is it sometimes the Cavendish show works and sometimes it does not?
It always works.
Incorrect. You can look this up yourself. Sometimes it does not work. It seems
sometimes
every time that the balls are balanced perfectly, they don't move. When they are imbalanced, they do move. Why is that, Robert?
the same reason why sometimes your car works and it doesn't.
That's a load of horse shit.
No, it is.
Give sensible answers or you stay
It's
on mute.
calibration. No, it's a sensible answer.
He brings up the comparison of sometimes your car not working. Wow.
Please correct me if I'm wrong, but I've actually read that a couple of times that people have said that it does not work sometimes.
There's four phenomena. 1, no motion. 2, a little bit of motion. 3, a lot of motion. 4, a repulsion. So we get lots of different phenomena with the quote unquote not an experiment Cavendish. If you were to do it over and over and over again, which of course it is done, pretty much every single first term of any physics class or any basic science class past fucking 15 years old.
He's just put up there that calibration is needed. Now, I don't want to be a stick in the mud, but if it's truly mass attracting mass, you shouldn't need to calibrate it. It should be a case of swinging the bastard off a rope and off it goes.
Right, calibration shouldn't stop mass from attracting mass. Depending on how fast you spin something. What are you talking about?
I'm waiting for these ball-tards to step up one day and go, oh, hang on a minute, Coriolis should have affected the Cavendish experiment.
They don't even put them on a ball. That's number 5. Add that to your list. All these ball experiments never even done on a ball. How does the Cavendish work on a spinning ball? Like actually put the little Cavendish experiment spinning, doing its thing on a spinning ball. Same with the Foucault's pendulum.
With a pendulum, you're seeing if you're spinning or not.
No, it won't. You never seen a pendulum on a ball. You won't put one on there. A pendulum ain't gonna do shit but swing away from a ball that's swinging.
Doesn't need to be on a ball to show rotation.
On a ball?
Hey, did Robert tell you that he made a boulder without using gravity? Bet you he didn't tell you that. I'm gonna mute him.
That's crazy. A boulder?
Robert, did you tell everybody that when a rock is formed, you don't need gravity, right?
I didn't say that.
Yeah, I know. See, that's the point. That's the point. I gave him the floor to actually explain how, because he's like, well, you see spheres in nature, boulders, right? Well, not perfect spheres, but just spheres, right? Not oblate spheres. And then I go, okay, how were they formed? He's like, we got pressure, and you got erosion, you got a lot of stuff. Okay, but he said all of that to say he didn't even mention gravity not one time until after I told him. I was like, dude, you forgot gravity. That's how the Earth was formed according to your paradigm.
The main thing, the main key ingredient.
That's the main. He forgot them. It's like forgetting eggs when you make a cake. Can you make a cake without eggs? I don't think so.
No.
Right, Robert?
That's what you get when you spin a bullshit narrative and you can't keep track. You stumble.
Yeah. You forgot about gravity, eh, Robert?
No, it's not that. It's not.
He's like. You're gonna keep taking massive L's. When I'm in here, you'll always be losing every time, every point, every time, until you just give up the ghost and you're like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm out of here, man. I can't win anymore.
You lost, brother.
Right.
No, I win.
No, you didn't win.
Sorry, this is from the Royal Society of Chemistry. Just going to read this out. Moreover, studies have shown that the amount of substance is often incorrectly identified with mass. Would you like more?
Oh, yes, we'd like more.
Okay. So I'll start reading them out for you, being you can't read yourself. Okay, nature does not offer us any concept of the amount of matter. History has struck down every proposal to define such a term. Even if we could count the number of atoms, or by any other counting method to try to evaluate the amount of matter, that number would not equal mass. Edwin Taylor, John Wheeler, Space-Time Physics. Next one. In ordinary language, the word mass denotes something like the amount of substance or quantity of matter, these concepts themselves being defined no further. The concept of substance is considered self-evident. In physics, however, we must very strongly emphasize the word mass has no meaning other than given by mathematical formula. Do you want me to carry on? This is Max Born, Nobel laureate, from Einstein's Theory of Relativity, page 33 and 34. So, by mass.
But you got Robert V. Numpty, 2025. He's going to tell you that you don't need that.
Again, you're criticizing something you don't understand, brother Jedi.
Sorry. The word mass has no meaning.
You?
So I understand what Noble laureates are saying with regards to what mass is and what mass isn't. Would you like me to read them out again?
Yeah, does mass have volume?
It doesn't matter.
Yes, it does.
Oh, it does matter. So the word mass
Once it's volume is space.
Robert.
Space has to be filled with something.
Robert, just take a seat for a second, Robert. Robert, you're not arguing with Jedi anymore, my friend. You're arguing with this documentation.
He's lost.
Robert, if you're going to sit and claim a win, you can stay parked. You're not arguing with Jedi. Jedi read out that paperwork. If you can comprehend that, you realize that you are the one that has lost. You are the one that is lost.
Brother.
Again.
Holy
Jedi deliberately left out the...
Don't start talking over someone.
Have another listen to what it's been said.
Thanks, Robert. We missed half of that. What do you say? Jedi read nothing. You're joking.
So it is the measure of resistance to change of velocity? Okay, cool. Maybe you can read them yourselves. This isn't me saying this. This would be, like I posted, the Royal Society of Chemistry, Edwin Taylor, John Wheeler from Space-Time Physics, and of course, this is my favourite one, Max Born, Nobel laureate from Einstein's theory of relativity. So you're not arguing with me, you're arguing with your own priests.
It's time for us to teach Jedi something.
You haven't taught me.
You're not going to teach him anything, dude. Hey, check this out. I've unmuted you so you can. I've unmuted you so you can respond to the citation that he just gave you.
That's what I'm about to respond.
Wait, hold on. I have to. Problem is, you haven't done that, so you need to respond to the citation, not to Jedi, because the citation is what's important, right? The Nobel laureates who said that mass isn't one thing, as in something concrete. Do you think mass is something concrete, Robert? Is that your contention?
Yes, it is something concrete.
Okay, so can you give me an amount of mass of something?
It's measured in kilograms.
Oh God.
So not mass, kilograms. So how do I know that you're giving me mass when you're giving me something in kilograms?
Because kilograms is the measurement, just like length.
Yes, but how do I know how much mass? I'm asking for mass. Hand me, yeah, you're handing me kilograms, not mass then, right?
He's handing it to you in mass too. Because
mass
it's a gas.
Once you can measure it,
wait a minute. Wait, what's mass again?
Is measured in kilograms. Once you can measure it?
No, I'm asking, what is mass? What is mass? In and of itself, what is it?
Mass is the amount of matter contained in an object.
Ooh.
So the amount of matter contained in an object. So how do we quantify the amount of matter contained in an object? Are there like little BBs that you can count? 1, 2, 3, 4. How much mass does something have?
That's exactly what it is, and it's measured in kilograms.
Broken.
So you're going to give me something in kilograms and not mass?
No, I'm going to give you exactly what you said.
What? How much something weighs in kilograms?
That's exactly that's the unit. Thank you.
Okay. So if you give me something in kilograms, how do I know that it has any amount of mass if you give it to me in kilograms?
Because the unit is the physical quantity. Thank you very much.
So the physical quantity isn't mass, it's kilograms.
No, the physical quantity describes what it is for you.
It describes. So what is it? What is kilograms? Yeah, what is kilograms describing?
Mass.
Right. And how do I know that you gave me a number of mass of something?
Because that is the unit for it. Kilograms.
So why don't we just use kilograms instead of using the word mass? It sounds a bit cumbersome.
Go ahead. It sounds better to you.
Okay,
Use it.
okay. So then don't use mass.
Okay, if you're afraid of mass. Hey, remember.
No, I'm not afraid of it. I'm not afraid of it, but what I'm saying is you're trying to tell me that mass in and of itself is something, and you defer to saying kilograms. Do you see the problem here?
No, there's no problem.
Therefore, yes, the problem is here. Let me explain what happened. You didn't realize what you just done. So you basically just shut down the conversation for mass by deferring to kilograms. So you weren't able to tell me that you have an amount of mass. You said I have an amount of kilograms. So the apple that I'm weighing is weighed out in kilograms. Therefore, you don't tell me that it has a mass of something. The apple doesn't have a mass of something. It has an amount of kilograms. So the apple has an amount of kilograms. You don't tell me that it has an amount of mass. It has an amount weighed out in kilograms. You see what happened?
No.
Mass just got moved off to the side by you.
No.
Kilograms attract kilograms.
Yes. Yes. So what you've just done right now is you did away with mass because kilograms takes priority. That's how you measure the weight of something. So mass is not in and of itself intrinsically something concrete, according to you, because you weighed it out in kilograms. Therefore, kilograms is how we know how much something is. Like an apple is measured in the amount of kilograms.
The only quantifiable amount he gives us is kilogram.
Right. So therefore, mass is not something in and of itself, which you didn't understand. You thought it was. Now you realize you're measuring in kilograms and not in mass. You're not telling me this thing has 10,000 mass. It's not measured out that way. So mass is just a colloquial term being used, but you thought it was actually concrete. There was an amount of something with mass, but yet you gave me kilograms. I really want you to see what happened here. You just basically undermined your own explanation for what mass is according to you. You gave it to me in kilograms and not in an amount of mass. Does that make sense, Robert?
Kilograms measures mass. Period.
He's not listening.
Yeah, so period. Yeah, you just really lost the plot, it seems like. So I want you to just realize what happened here. You tossed out mass for the sake of using kilograms in a way to measure what you think is mass, which is not something concrete. It's only just a conceptual idea, right? It's a convention, but you thought it was something concrete. You just proved me right because you measured in kilograms and not mass. There you go.
Oh, please. You're not going to let me speak.
Shut up.
I don't need to.
Yeah, no, you be quiet.
What's mass?
Yeah, what's mass?
Mass is the amount of matter contained in an object.
That's incorrect. Would you like me to read the citation again?
Yeah, please read the citation. I'll read one for you.
Okay. So, moreover, studies have shown that the amount of substance is often incorrectly identified with mass. That's from the Royal Society of Chemistry. Next one. Nature does not offer us any concept as the amount of matter. History has struck down every proposal to define such a term. Even if we could count... God, sorry. Somebody text something that fucked off. Even if we could count the number of atoms or by any other counting method try to evaluate the amount of matter, that number would not equal mass. Edwin Taylor, blah, blah, blah. In ordinary language, the word mass denotes something like the amount of substance or quantity of matter. These concepts themselves being defined no further. The concept of substance is considered self-evident. In physics, however, science, physics, we must very strongly emphasize the word mass has no meaning other than by giving him a formula. It is the measure of the resistance to change of velocity.
Now, Robert, do you understand what you just said?
In other words, you lose, Robert.
Yeah, and I think it's funny that they're doing all this math stuff, right? When they
Jedi, you proved my point. Thank you.
What? Mass has no meaning in physics?
No. What you prove is that mass is velocity, energy, F equals ma, force, acceleration.
Concrete.
You can derive mass.
Wait, hold on. So not something concrete. You said it was the amount of matter in a substance. That's what you said. You just told him something opposite to what you were saying this whole time. You're agreeing with us.
Yeah, he's
Now you
lying.
said energy and all kinds of other shit.
Yeah. So it's not matter anymore. You just undermined your whole spiel prior to. Do you see what happened here, Robert?
My energy
You're losing
balls.
epically. You're losing epically because you thought it was matter. Now you're saying you're agreeing with Jedi. No, it is. It's distance to acceleration. Really? Welcome to Flat Earth, because you just agreed with everything that we said it was prior to you saying it was matter. See what happened? Do you see what's happening, Robert? I don't think you know the scope of what's going on here.
The only thing I see happening is being muted.
It's the only thing he's concentrating on. He isn't listening.
No, I've listened, brother, but they are not listening to you.
Velocity energy balls.
You defined mass as the amount of substance in the space. I then cited that no, it isn't. You then changed your argument. That's dishonest.
No, it's deriving. Different.
Dishonest.
So you derive. You made my point, Jedi, and you don't realize it.
Sorry. I made your point.
Sorry,
Robert, you dumb fuck. I made your point.
Brother, don't call me that. You're disrespectful. Sorry. You're losing.
Dude, I made your point that mass was the amount of substance in a space, which was your point. Did I make that point, did I?
Yes, you made my point.
No, I didn't. The three citations.
You did.
Excuse me, those three citations struck down that claim.
No, those three citations made our point. You're not listening.
Not the amount
of people. Nobody, only you and I understand this.
You're just losing.
No, you're losing. Mass is measured.
Not the amount of substance in a space, then. Is mass the amount of substance in a space? Yes or no?
Yes, it is the amount of substance in a space.
Okay, so the three citations from people that I'm going to take a little bit more seriously than you, being as one's a Nobel fucking laureate and the others are editors of fucking physics magazine.
Yeah, but you don't believe education, remember?
But shut up.
No, and be quiet. I'll read your site.
Clearly define that the amount of substance in a space is incorrectly identified with mass. So my citations didn't prove your point. They refuted your point. Are you stupid?
The only thing you know is how to be obscene.
No, the only thing I know to do in this forum is drag people like you around by their fucking short and curlies and demonstrate them to be fucking idiots. If you're going to be an idiot, I'm going to fucking point it out. Your claim was the amount of substance in a space. The citations that I provided did not back your claim. In actual fact, they refuted your claim that the amount of substance in a space is incorrectly identified as mass.
Not. That's a lie.
Not the amount of substance.
It is not.
Are you stupid? This is a serious question.
Big man, I have a serious question for you.
No, you don't get to ask me questions. I'm asking you one. Are you stupid? Do you have comprehension issues? Can you not read? Do you not understand?
Can you not let other people speak?
No, not when you're an idiot.
Of course not. That's why you lose.
No, I'm not losing. I'm demonstrating that you, sir, are an idiot. You said that I backed your claim being that mass was the amount of substance in a space. The three citations refuted your point. Mass is incorrectly identified with the amount of substance in a space. They're not the same thing. Do you understand that they're not the same thing?
Just let me know when I can speak, brother Jedi.
Brilliant. I've got this amount of control over him.
No, you have no control. All you have is control over your mouth.
You asked my permission to speak. I haven't given you my permission to speak. So shut up.
You have to say so, Jedi.
Excuse me, you asked me to give you permission to speak. You said, let me know when I can speak.
Let me know when I can speak.
Yet. Am I your fucking king?
Yes, you are.
Right then, so shut up.
Okay, you have the mute button. Yes, you are my king.
don't speak unless you're invited to speak.
Okay, brother
So
King,
shut up.
Jedi.
Shut up.
Keep losing.
Shut up.
I wonder how we weigh the amount of sound in the space. The mass of sound.
There is no sound in space, right?
Not fake magic space. I mean, right here in reality, like in a lab, in the air medium we breathe in, the real stuff. This thing between me and you called space.
Sound is measured in decibels.
Not math.
Sound is measured in decibels.
Not
math
kilograms? So you don't have a kilogram of sound? What the hell, Robert? It seems your function is all fell apart.
What are you talking about? Kilogram
A kilogram of sound. That's all you can measure in, remember?
Sound is measured in decibels. Sound.
No, you can only quantify things with kilograms if it's mass. So the math of sound you can quantify in kilograms. Now light, I've got a rainbow. How many kilograms is the rainbow, Robert?
What are you talking about?
My rainbow math.
Mass. Mass is measured in kilogram. Mass.
What's mass?
Mass is the amount of stuff that makes up an object.
Okay, so you seem to be in disagreement with several of my citations that come from very reputable physics sources.
Very reputable. Only yours are reputable.
Sorry, you know who Max Born is, right?
Yeah, Max Born. Max Born is your reputable guy. I have my reputable guy.
I don't care.
Of course not. You're king.
Robert, instead of talking shit, why don't you present your citation from your reputable guy? That would be excellent.
Could I? I wonder.
Robert, please present your citation from your more reputable guy. I'm very much interested in this.
Okay. Thank you.
And also, as a side note, quantum mechanics disproves mass attracting mass.
No, it does not.
Oh, yes, it does.
Oh, no, it doesn't.
Sorry, would you like me to give you more citations?
Yeah, you can, because you're king.
Okay. Yeah. I will again demonstrate that you are incorrect. No problem. I enjoy doing it. This is my new fucking hobby. You are my new fucking broken toy.
Oh, please. General relativity has the gravitational constant.
My friend, me and you could have actually got on really well if you were reasonable, but you demonstrated yourself to be some kind of religious acolyte.
You demonstrated yourself. Don't project.
Oh my God! Now we're being children. No, I am. But what are you? Yeah, I will demonstrate. Exactly. I will demonstrate to you that quantum mechanics.
Until you stop muting me, is what you get.
I don't mute you. Those are other moderators that mute you because they know that you're talking through me. I haven't muted you once. I don't need to.
Oh, really?
Now, me and you could have got on really well. You seem like a reasonable guy up until you decided to defend this thing that you know nothing about.
Oh, really? Mass is indeed the amount of stuff in an object. 100%. And it's measured in SI unit.
100%. But unfortunately, we have Nobel laureates and Einstein himself who disagrees with you.
No, they do not, because the gravitational constant is in Einstein's relativity.
Robert, this comes down to citation. Now, as I asked you a minute ago, can you please bring forward a citation from someone who is more reputable? Bring the citation, post it up, read it out if you like. I'm happy with that. See how Jedi's just posted that one up? You can do the same.
I'm going to read one. Mass can also be defined in terms of its gravitational force it produces, just according to Newton's law of gravitation, where m is the mass. right? And the distance. The gravitational force between term G, the gravitational constant, determined by Dr. Cavendish. There's your citation. The gravitational constant G is also in Einstein's general relativity. It's also in Einstein's general relativity. Dr. Cavendish determined the gravitational constant. It is the 6.6 times 10 to the minus 11. It is also in general relativity. Okay,
Robert,
that's
control
a
your
direct
emotions.
citation from Albert Einstein.
Robert,
and Dr. Cavendish.
Robert, if you don't shut the fuck up for 5 seconds, Robert, we understand it's a citation. Can you post it into text chat, please?
I didn't hear it saying mass was the amount of substance within something within that citation, Robert.
He says it can also be defined and derived from mass, from force, and acceleration, speed of light. It's because mass
We're not looking for you to reword it. We're not looking for you to rewrite what's there, are we? Are you okay? Are you that guy? I think
No, I am that guy who
I think the
understands
words will do
everything.
just fine. So, determining the factor of the words is meaning of the words set in place. And if you can't follow that, something's wrong. You got to add stuff? That's weird.
I'm not adding stuff. I'm a scientist as well. I've done experiments. None of you on this stage have done any experiments. None of you.
Big assumption.
Okay, what experiment? Name an experiment you have done.
Cavendish. Not an experiment.
You have done a Cavendish experiment?
Yep.
You have not.
Oh, for fuck's sake, dude. Me and you are not going to get on fucking well at all. You have absolutely no idea about my background. And now you're just going to say, nuh-uh. What a prick. Right, do you want me to demonstrate that Newtonian physics was debunked by quantum mechanics or not?
No, because roller coasters are built using Newtonian mechanics. Can't be debunked.
Okay, so we have the double slit experiment with a Newtonian particle, an electron. We close the slit and fire a bevy of electrons, and we get 10 hits at point A. We close the slit and open the other slit and fire a bevy of electrons, and we get 8 hits at point A. The Newtonian prediction would be we fire the same bevy of electrons with both slits open, we must get 18 hits at point A. Well, we get a big fat 0. What does that mean? Well, that is the end of Newtonian physics. This is from Mahuta Shankar, the professor of physics at Yale, from Quantum Mechanics 2. Would you like me to continue?
Yeah, but he's wrong. That is his opinion.
So, see, again, nuh-uh. Apparently, you're the fucking guy.
That's his opinion.
You're the guy. You're the guy, right? You're the guy.
Yeah, I am the guy.
Yeah, but not the professor of physics at Yale.
I have taught physics.
Not
at Yale.
He's a joker.
My God, you are just a broken toy.
He's expressing an opinion.
Robert, it's a physics professor at Yale, somebody who went through years of studying to get to the point to speak about that matter. Are you even aware?
Oh, really? Do you guys?
Why are you being so disingenuous to discredit a person that has dedicated so much of their life to make that conclusion? And you come in with your Google search, call yourself a scientist.
No Google search. That guy did Google search.
Oh, you're better than him. You're definitely better than him. And he Google searched, you said.
Can I get in for a second?
I can.
Well, I just want to say this guy, Robert, that's claiming that he's an actual scientist, and I don't mean to interrupt, and I'll go back on mute in a second. Like, just the other day in 24/7, he spent like 15 minutes trying to convince me that cooking, plumbing, painting, playing guitar, and building a tree house is all science. So it's just kind of funny.
That's true. They all science.
All right, you guys have fun.
My God.
Those are all science.
Sorry,
Robert,
You think engineering is science?
Engineering is indeed science.
Awesome. What's the naturally observed phenomena?
The natural observed phenomena is motion.
Motion. What's the cause of motion?
Yes, that's what the engineers are trying to do. They cause motion.
You understand that engineering isn't physics, right?
Yeah, engineering is a subset of physics.
I'm going to have to do this, Robert. I don't know why, but I'm going to have to do this. You're understanding that engineering doesn't follow the scientific method. You understand this, right?
Yeah. Of course they do.
No, they don't. They're not trying to figure out the
Yes, they
cause
do.
of...
They
No.
build something that was done on the scientific method. That's what engineers are. They're following what the scientific method derived, and they are building it. That's science.
Doing science. Are they trying to figure out the causes of phenomena through repeated experimentation?
Oh yeah, of course, calibration. Hey, tighten that a little bit. No,
just
pull it back a little bit. Lift it up a little bit. Nope, move it down to the right.
Just an idiot. Just a fucking idiot.
You know, if we'd like to be further entertained, I would like to take a second just to circle back to what Robert was saying before about mass and, you know, it being the amount of substance. Robert, what's in your worldview, and you would know this, right? There are these things apparently out there called black holes, right? And they are said to be enormously massive. How does one quantify that?
It's called spectrometers, brother.
Okay, so what does a spectrometer do when it looks at the sky and sees a void? Then what?
It determines energy because you can see. Spectrometers can determine heat. It can determine particles. It can determine electromagnetic fields. It can determine gravitational fields. It can determine all of these. Spectrometers is human beings' most impressive creation. And I have worked with it. It's awesome.
This is why.
Okay,
Sorry.
so can you answer my question, actually, please? I asked you, how can you take a look at something and determine its mass?
MRIs are based on spectroscopy.
Can you answer my fucking question, please?
I just did. So check this out. Well, again, spectroscopy is used to look at details about objects that your eyes cannot see. It can see electromagnetic fields. It can see gravitational fields. It can see molecules. It can see all of these different spectrums, right? Wavelength changes. So detect motion, detect size. It can see gravitational lensing.
You can relax. You can relax a little bit. Okay.
Hey, Mick,
My question
hey, just a
then-
quick one. It sounds like he's reading the brochure off of this spectrometer.
Yeah. Meanwhile, he's got one hand in his pants. Okay, dude. I'm asking you again, clearly. When you look at something, how do you determine its mass? Like in this case, you just enumerated, 5-6 different things. Only one of which was actually related. You said molecules. Okay, cool. So if I take this fancy gadget and I point it at something, right, and I get a reading that there's a molecule there, what is the process after that would help me determine what the mass of that thing I'm looking at is, assuming it is actually a molecule in the first place?
Well, spectroscopy, once it sees the molecules, certain molecules present themselves in unique ways from others. They have certain colors, certain density, certain size, certain mass, these sorts of things.
Okay, so then it's inferred. It's basically inferred. So then it's inferred. So then it's inferred from the reading in some way, shape, or form, right?
I've never been to Australia, so it's inferred that Australia exists.
Dude, can you answer my fucking question?
I did. You're not listening.
You're segueing off. Okay.
No. Here's an example.
If I point a spectrometer at this little speck of something, and it picks it up, on the computer as being, fucking blue, or whatever rendition, the computer, translates it into so I can visualize it, and then it gives me a reading of, X nanometers or something like that. It would then be inferred that, this wavelength, okay, means it's this certain molecule because we've seen this other molecule before and it matches up, correct? That would be the process? Okay, thank you very much. So now, thank you very much. So therefore, when we take this thing and we point it up into the blackness of the sky, and we see nothing, how do you then therefore translate that into infinite mass?
Infinite?
Or approaching infinite, according or something to that effect.
Its size, its energy output determines.
Thank you. Okay, so its energy output and its size, not necessarily the molecular composition of it, right?
No, not molecular composition of the black hole.
Very much. Okay, so therefore, here is this thing that is basically a giant void of nothing except perhaps energy output or something, whatever the thing that we can infer it being, maybe based on its energy output, okay, that is incredibly massive, yet there's no molecules.
Energy. You said energy. So it can pick up X-rays, gravitational fields, right? That's what a spectrometer can do.
Right? Sure. I'll take your word for it. So therefore,
go look at it.
So therefore, no number of atoms or subatomic particles all attached together.
That's not needed for black holes, brother. You need energy. Energy.
Thank you very much. So how is it that you get? Okay. So I hope you realize you're painting yourself into a corner here.
No, okay. I'm not.
So therefore, how? Yeah, sure you do. Okay, so here you have this.
I guarantee it.
Okay, so therefore, here you have this giant void of nothing except energy. Okay, but it's somehow very massive. Yet you claimed earlier that mass, okay, is basically the number of molecules or atoms or something. So how do you connect those two, please?
Right, like the citation I was reading earlier. Right, you see, mass can be derived.
Mm-hmm.
Mass can be derived.
Post it.
Hello.
Mass can be derived.
Post it.
From.
Okay, we'll try a bit harder. Post it, please.
Posted fuck all since we've been here.
God, yes, man.
So, Robert, we know you're on your computer. We would like you to post your citation. That's all. Thank you.
I love this, man. This guy's skating like a fucking bitch. He knows he's in a corner.
I haven't finished yet.
Oh, I'm waiting for it. I'm setting you up, man. Or you set me up, and I'm setting you back up. Please take it away.
Robert, I was answering the question posed. The question was, can you please post the citation? If yes, do so. If no, go home.
He's crying in the chat.
That was not the question. Well, I don't want to be rude and cut in, but it fucking well is now. Post your citation or step off.
The thing that you were reading was the answer to the question. We want you to post the citation that you're reading. Because we asked you to do this earlier on and you still didn't fucking do that. So it'd be nice if you did one.
I'm waiting for him to say, the energy mass equivalence thing, whatever it's called, with E equals mc squared. I'm waiting for it.
I'll tell you what, because I'm charitable. There you go. Robert, if you're going to read something out, could you at least post it as well, please? You are unmuted, just in case you're not situationally aware.
It's okay, brother. You guys are kings here. So let me
We just want you to post your citation. That's all we want. We just want you to post your citation.
He gone.
Oh, bye. Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah. You win.
Here's my new toy.
Whoa.
Man, the black hole one, it's the easiest one. It's the easiest thing. A newbie like me can do it. It's in their paradigm, and it kind of conflicts with all this shit. It's perfect.
All right, Master Shake, just so you know, you have been unmuted.
He's still. I don't think he's reading any of the posts of Jedi. He's.
I don't have what?
Maybe you can help us. What's mass?
Sure. Mass is the amount of chemical element. It's density times volume.
Okay, so you understand that we read out several citations earlier.
What citations?
Would you like me to post them again?
Yeah, post them.
Okay, you're going to have to give me a couple of moments. But within those citations, when we define the amount of substance in a space, that's not what mass is. If we were to use any counting method to figure out the amount of substance in a space, that would still not equal mass. In physics, like science, the word mass has no meaning, apart from within mathematical formula, so a convention, a conception made up by man. But the word mass doesn't have any meaning, dude. So I'm only trying to help you. The amount of substance in the space isn't mass, dude. Also, if you're going to say that mass attracts mass, then you'll have to understand the several citations that I'm about to read out now.
Okay.
Let me try this. Newtonian's classical mechanics were superseded in the early 20th century when Albert Einstein developed the special and general theory of relativity. I posted these citations earlier. The mathematical equations of Einstein's general theory of relativity, tested time and again, are currently the most accurate way to predict gravitational interactions, replacing those developed by Isaac Newton several centuries prior. Newton's two crowning achievements, the laws of motion and the laws of gravitation, that had reigned supreme since publishing his Principia in 1687, were toppled from the throne by Einstein. In 1916, Albert Einstein published his general theory of relativity in full mathematical detail, not science, that opened the window on a radically new framework for physics, abolishing established notions of space and time and replacing Newtonian's formulation of the laws of gravity. Einstein's right, at least for now, said Gahey's co-lead author of the research. We can absolutely rule out Newtonian's law of gravity. Now, I've posted those in the chat. You can read up and gather it for yourself. Just trying to point out to you that when you invoke mass attracting mass, that has been superseded, replaced, and is no longer the current scientific rhetoric for why my phone, when I drop it, it goes down.
Then what is?
I read that out to you.
Okay. Now it's on you to prove why that is incorrect.
Prove why it's incorrect?
Yes.
What?
The fuck are you on about?
Didn't he cite it? Just go look at the sites. He cited it.
Here, I'll look at them right now.
Okay. Maybe drop the attitude as well. You could learn a few things, dude. Maybe drop the ego. I'm politely inviting you to do so. Just for your benefit as well, Master Shake, if you wasn't listening to the conversation, you understand that quantum mechanics also disproves mass attracting mass, as I cited earlier through the experimentations and the prediction of the Newtonian particle. The prediction and the experimental result do not match.
I'm sorry, have we observed Newtonian particles?
Yeah, this was the double slit experiment, dude. You understand? Within the concept of the mass idea in Newtonian physics, there was a vastly different prediction from the experimental results. So again, experimentally, no, it's not that then.
Okay.
It's been like this for over 110 years, dude.
So you're saying general relativity disproved that mass is a thing. That's what you're claiming?
No. Mass has no meaning in physics other than conceptual formulas. Right? It is incorrectly identified with the amount of substance in a space. Some people define it as the resistance to acceleration. Now, we went through this earlier. Now, what Einstein did is replaced, toppled from the throne, superseded this idea with his general theory of relativity, where the reason why my phone goes to the floor or things orbit around in the fucking sky is due to the displacement of mass in the four-dimensional pseudo-Riemannian coordinate system, better known as a space-time fabric. So it's not mass attracting mass. This is why I asked you earlier to give me the mechanism, because within Newtonian physics, there's no mechanism. We have to understand that even within Newtonian's Principia, that he offered no hypothesis. In actual fact, the idea of mass attracting mass came around about 150 years later, something that he did not himself, if you read the book, did not want to be associated with. And I quote, the magic at a distance. This is why I asked you how. The mechanism is derived through Einstein's mathematical formula. The bending and warping of space-time is the mechanism.
Do you understand?
No.
I think you might have got through to him.
I can only hope. But we'll see when he comes back. I'm going to go make a cup of tea.
Oliver, bro, I had my Christian on. You were gone. You were scared. Hello?
You said what?
I had my Christian friend on. You were gone.
Yeah, where is he?
You want him?
Yeah, bring him on.
Give me a second.
Is he gonna talk about the flat Earth?
No, he doesn't want to talk about the fucking flat Earth. All right, I just asked him. How come Alpha Veritas? You guys muted your Emperor.
No, see, Alpha Veritas is at work, and sometimes when he gets a call on his phone, it unmutes him, and all we hear is the background machinery. So he's completely able, being a moderator, to unserve and mute himself. But that's for everybody's benefit because he doesn't have control of when his phone rings.
You know, it's very ironic that when I ask who's the Emperor, the guy named Jedi speaks up first. I like that a lot. That's awesome.
Yeah, too right.
He said in a bit. He said in a bit, Oliver. Oliver, can you do 15?
Maybe.
I'm serious, Oliver. Seriously, go be available in 15.
I'm on.
Oh, just stay on, bro. He's rare to get on. Yeah, I agree with you though. I think Fiona's very degenerate. Oliver.
What?
Never mind.
Did the Peruvian guy disappear?
Don't they all?
I think I'm gonna have to delete Earth Awakenings because it's getting to where like I can't even have a debate in the text chat without like just randomly getting like muted in text and shit. It's getting so stupid over there. To the point where it's not even worth having it as a server if you can't say anything or do anything without getting instantly like 7-day ban or getting something deleted and then on Earth Awakenings it's a shit show.
Actually, my Christian friend sounds just like Alpha Veritas. I always wanted to get them in the same room together. That'd be so funny.
Who's this Christian friend you keep preaching of? What does he actually do?
He's a pastor for a church in Missouri.
And what happens when I talk to him and make him look like an idiot?
I've never seen that happen on the server. He's like one shot at like Abdulaziz and like Abdul like all in the same chat before. Like he's pretty cracked. I'm telling you right now, like he's the best in the server. There's no one better than him. Like he's completely dominates Christian chat. He's the best in the server for this.
Oh no. It's not turning into a Muslim-Christian debate, is it?
Funny? Yo, Christian, what's funny? Yo, take in every single one of those like Muslims who said, "Oh, I'm voting for Trump because of Biden." When it comes to Israel, turns out they were right.
That's what I'm saying, bro.
Turns out they were right.
Turns out they were all right. Yo, Trump ended the war like that.
That's crazy.
See what I mean, bro?
I can't wait to slip that in a conversation with my girlfriend. Be like, yeah, man, if it wasn't for Trump putting pressure on him, guess we would have. The war ended, man. That's great.
See the Biden
Yo, you know how crazy it is that Biden has been trying to do a ceasefire for like at this point a year, and then Trump said, and then Trump said, "Yo, bro, if you don't get this done by January 20."
I tried to drop a hint. You know how crazy it is that none of this has got anything to do with flat Earth?
Yo, Prince, let's go to top chat. These chumps don't want us here.
They don't give a shit. They just want to yap about whatever they want to yap.
Well, you guys weren't talking about anything else in here. Prince, go to Oliver. Prince, you guys go.
Not politics.
I guess something happened that I wasn't aware of. Israel and the other country, they're like buddies now. I mean, don't mute me. I'm just like, whatever. Who cares?
Ceasefire.
I was right in the middle of a debate with fucking Protothad, his dumbass. And then all of a sudden, like, my comment gets deleted, and next thing I know, I gotta wait an hour before I can respond. It's like, why are the mods over there running cover for Protothad just because I was spanking him?
What are you talking about?
Protothad's a Glober who claims to be a celestial navigation expert, but the retard doesn't even know what a right angle triangle is. So really, he's a moron. I was listening. Excuse me. I was listening in here, but I was texting in their text chat. It's just whatever. It's not relative to here, so it's fine.
Dude, don't waste your time on Protothad, dude. He don't listen. He won't concede anything, even when he's wrong. So it's just a waste of time. He's a nutcase.
Yeah, I know, but he's a good practice dummy to practice on, you know.
Yeah, like one of those Wing Chun dummies.
Yeah,
a little stick man. But this is more like pounding into a freaking stone wall. Like you're never getting through, bro.
Yeah. Protothad, he's
like he doesn't even respond to like what you're saying. He just sits there and just like narrates like his dogma, and like you'll say something, ask him a question, whatever. He doesn't even respond. He just keeps like preaching, like he's reading from a script or something. I don't know. I don't think he's reading from a script, but it's like that, you know.
It's weird because I haven't had interaction with Protothad in like 8 months because they in FBD they kicked all the Globe trolls out of the main server and put them in their own room, and I just don't even bother going in there because it's the same 4 people. So it's like it's boring. So I haven't seen him in forever, and I was spanking this one kid who was trying to challenge me on elevation angles and this and that whole argument. And it's just funny because whenever the Glober starts getting crushed, Protothad will just appear out of nowhere. And then as soon as they start spanking him, I get muted. It's weird. Because I never said a swear. I was being sarcastic with him. But...
Was it Righteous Force?
No, this was in Earth Awakening server.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't go over
Righteous,
there. I don't know about that.
Yeah, Righteous will do that sometimes. But, I mean...
Dude,
with Righteous, I'll give him a bit of a pass. Because Righteous, he'll mute everybody.
Righteous, he don't get a pass. Fuck that guy. No, serious.
Yeah.
Dude, like I was in the old science versus pseudoscience. I got 3 Globers insulting me, and I'm trying to stay on topic, and he mutes me. Like,
yeah,
I didn't say one insult. I don't insult people unless it's in here or my server. Like when I'm in, I try to mind my manners when I'm away. So
I feel you, brother. I try my best not to. But when they act like thicker than a fucking brick, and you're answering the same question for the 8th time, you're just like, you fucking go. Like, are you fucking listening to anything I'm saying? Is there wax in your ears? Like, you get so frustrated, you gotta call him something like a fucking globetard. Like, it's insane.
Yeah, it gets a little ridiculous. It's a coping mechanism. If they don't address what you put to them, then it never happened in their mind, and they can sleep a little better.
Like Robert has done for the past 3 days. That'll be the NASA guy that we were speaking to in the home server, Indio. He's joined us here in politics. This guy just ignores. Yeah, he just ignores everything we say.
I figured out he was a joke once he said making a lasagna is science. I mean, once you say something as dumb as that, how can you be taken seriously?
Oh, good. You missed it last night. He said he touched a Saturn V rocket with his hand and he knew it flew to space. Like, like some freaking freaky horror movie or some movie about psychics where you touch it and you touch the murder weapon, you know who committed the crime. He's absolutely batshit, bro.
Yeah, he's let's put it this way, the flat earth subject is it's keeping him up at night when he's not on Discord. He's not sleeping well, and it's really upsetting him, and it's ruining his day-to-day activities for sure. Oh well. Like I can't think of a single time where I ever lost sleep over Effie ever. But the Globers do. They most certainly don't sleep well at night.
I didn't sleep well for the first couple of months.
Yeah, it's new, but I mean that's different. That's not because you got to try to figure out a way to like retort somebody like to get back at something that someone put to you. Like how do I resolve this problem? You know, that doesn't. I mean, that happens to everyone in the beginning because when you don't know something, you don't know something. But then once you figure it out and you get your arguments down, it's easy. I mean, yeah, no one's above that in the beginning, or just dealing with it in general in the first place. But for me, I don't know. Like as soon as I came into the topic, I heard about the topic for like I want to say almost 2 straight years. I was seeing videos popping up on my feed because I was looking into similar quote unquote conspiratorial things. So it was curating flat earth videos to me. And when it was doing that in my mind, I didn't understand what it was other than just reading the title. I didn't know what it meant. Like, what the fuck does flat earth mean? I don't get it. I couldn't visually picture what anybody was talking about. So it was super easy for me to just kind of ignore it. I'm like, oh, okay, people think the earth's flat. Let me read about certain medications that they give newborns and stuff, because that was really my primary focus at the time. And so I didn't have any room in my mind for it, and I didn't really have any. I wasn't really interested enough to figure out what they were talking about because I'm thinking, because I hear about all kinds of off the wall stuff. It wasn't until I finally a video started playing automatically, and I'm like, oh, the crux of it is outer space isn't what they're saying it is. Okay, and then I kind of like, okay, I get what they're trying to get at now, and then I started looking into it, and after about literally like maybe 45 minutes, I'm like, oh yeah, it's totally flat. It doesn't surprise me at all. I was perfectly. It didn't really bother me because everything else was a lie to me anyway.
I gotta say, navigating the world's a lot different since I've become more aware. But I'm getting used to not letting certain words trigger me. Like I got a friend in the building here. He's convinced it's a spinning water ball and all the space stuff is real. And once in a while we'll bump into each other and he'll say something and I know he's trying to trigger me and I just let it fly. I don't even acknowledge it.
I would have so much fun if that was like me, like if someone in my building, if I lived in an apartment or something, like but at the same time I stopped trying to talk to friends and stuff about it. I just because it doesn't like I'm not really in the business of trying to convert anybody. I could care less what other people like. Everyone can just believe what they want. It doesn't really bother me. When I was first into it, I was really heavy about trying to get people to see what I was seeing, and that used to really frustrate me. But now it's like I don't care.
The things we have on our side is truth is the truth, whether somebody believes it or not, and time, right?
Yep.
So the longer they keep kicking the can down the road to go back to the moon or get people on Mars, the less of a leg the people that want to hold on to that are going to have to stand on it. You know what I mean? Eventually, they're going to have to be like, they said 2025. Now they're saying 2027. It's fucking 2028, and they're telling us it's 2032 now. You know what I mean? So they're going to be
Artemis,
like, all of it, right? Like, it's just going to keep falling further apart for them. Elon, all of them. They're all going to look worse and worse as time moves forward. So I know we got that on our side.
I don't even think about stuff like that anymore. Just once I started learning more about natural law and stuff, like the area that they claim the moon to be in is a violation of the second law. So it's like, I can't think of who said it, but if your theory goes against the second law of thermodynamics, you need to get a new theory or something to that effect or whatever. It's not even something.
That and also, that for me, like, it's so hard for me to wrap my head around the idea that me and or anyone else could go and walk on that thing I'm pointing at it in the sky. What the hell? What are we thinking? Like, have the mushrooms worn off yet? Whoa.
It was Arthur Eddington. He said, if your theory goes against the second law of thermodynamics, it's doomed to the greatest humiliation.
That's who it is, yes.
He's Einstein's butt buddy that observed the 1918 eclipse and quote unquote confirmed general relativity.
All the constellations are getting ready to change again, back to the summer one soon. Yeah, I'm outside looking at the moon now. It's like, so you mean to tell me it's so silly to think that people think that this two-dimensional light in the sky is dirt that we can like walk. It's just funny to me now.
Well, you know, our resources are getting slim and there's water up there and we're going to have to go get some of it. So just hold on tight. A few more trillion, we'll get some water down here.
The great space hose. Hey, Danny, that's my spot. Get out of here. What, down? Just let my dog and he decided he was going to steal my seat. Yeah. Yeah, but I don't know, man. That Earth Awakening server, there are a bunch of Fruit Loops over there. But I mean, you could say that about, again, Righteous Force. He does the same to people too, I guess. I don't know. I try to. Just that's a server I spend the most time on, so I try to like show him respect because it is his server. And he can technically do whatever he wants, but I don't know. He's been kind of shady lately. I hate to say that. I don't ever see him in the VCs, and now that I think about it, I haven't seen him in VCs in like 6 months. Oh, what's up, Steve?
So here's the messed up thing about this server. Well, the science versus pseudoscience. That was Betty's server. I set up all their security, set up their entire server, all the bots, everything when they started it. And then I get fucking muted by that douche.
Mm-hmm.
I used to never go over there, and then all of a sudden I'm not a moderator, which is fair. I'm never there. But then to be muted when there's three. I think they don't want the Globers. They're like, because they want people for the FED show, so they won't kick them out. But these chumps don't go on anyway, so they don't have the nuts.
As far as Globers being on there, it's been radio silence from Globers for better part of 2 years, really. At least ever since, because if you guys all remember, the server disappeared for like a month at one point. Because it was Betty's server, then something happened. I don't know if the server got nuked or if she closed it down herself and then Right just reopened it, something. But there used to be a lot of Globers on there constantly in the after shows and all that. But now it's just other than QE's show and Nathan's show. Once those shows are over, it's usually dead after a couple hours. But this server's not bad. I like this server, and I like 24/7 and FED. But all the flat earthers are pretty much like-minded. And I mean, all the arguments used here and all the arguments used in FED, they're all, they're all good stuff. They're not any of that weird freaky deaky ether nonsense and everybody wanting to be a new messiah.
I try to tell people, don't look up to me. Hell no, I try to make 2 mistakes a day just to remind myself I'm not perfect.
If I only ever made 2 mistakes in one day, that'd be the best day of my life. Go away, dog. Get out of here. Go lay down. Like I said, it is weird how, like, when you're talking to certain Globers in certain areas, if the Glober's really getting smoked, then other Globers will pop up out of nowhere. And then you got stuff like that.
And the only reason why I love that, ladies and gentlemen, is an example of the intellect for Globe.
I proved the International Space System, so like...
You flat earthers are so stupid. Like, we went to the moon for the Earth. I mean,
there's no proof of that.
Come on.
Obviously, the flag was moving, and that means that there's wind. And space, there's no wind, so that's impossible.
It's obvious.
It's impossible. There's wind in space. Wind does not exist in space. You see?
Gravity is my friend.
Gravity doesn't know you.
Oh, gravity.
Shut up. Go back to your prison, you fucking slut. Yeah, there's no evidence that we ever went to the moon because the flag pictures and videos that we have show that the flag was moving on the moon. So, and wind doesn't exist in space, so it's definitely fake.
You know what? There is some proof because through. Can I explain to you the proof?
Telescope says no.
I was going through an old box of coins. In fact, I shot a video. And I have an aluminum coin commemorating the moon landing with the date of the moon landing and everything on there, which was
the fake simulation and the fake things that they did to make it seem that way. Yeah.
Just listen, Linda. This is one of my favorite things. I like the Globers that believe in the moon landing. What day did it happen on? Because they know it was in 1969. You know, but they don't know the specific date, but they know when Christmas is, or, you know, Labor Day, or Easter, all these other dates they know so well. Shouldn't you know the date of the greatest accomplishment of mankind? The day and month?
Wasn't it like 1960, 57? 57?
No, I just told you the date. Or the year.
Damn, I must have been listening.
I told you the year.
yeah.
They can all
Yeah, I
say we
remember
got put on the moon in '69. Oh, okay. What day and month?
I'm just curious though. If that's the case, then how is the flag moving in the video?
Hey,
It can't. It's impossible. The
did you
flag
hear what-
moves with the wind. How is there wind in space if it doesn't exist? That's what I don't understand.
No, we know it's fake, but like I said, when I ask them the day and month, they're like,
Dude, there's so many. Listen, when it comes to the moon landing, the problem is picking out the fakest one. Like, it's not really an issue of what the evidence of fakery is. It's like, which is the worst?
Yes, eventually we will go to the moon, and it will happen, but it won't be for a while.
But no, dude, there's no land in there's no land in the sky, dude.
So I suppose while we're making this happen again, we're ignoring the homeland issues.
There's proof that if you get like a basic telescope and you look at the stars, and like you can go a little bit past the stars and
a question. Are you listening?
See
while we're
space,
trying to
so-
accomplish
Getting triggered.
Yeah.
Came in
What
here
was
to be
his
started.
point about looking
I
at
also
the
think that
stars?
the ISS.
Sorry.
I think that the ISS space station videos are real though.
Why?
Okay.
Why?
Because you can see it in space and it goes over you every 90 minutes, just like it tells you inside of the video, and you can
Doesn't
see
go
it
over
every
the
90
same
minutes
spot
when it
every.
goes over
Doesn't
you.
go over the same spot every 90 minutes.
Yes, it does. It goes in the loop.
No.
According to Don Pettit, it's once every 11 days.
Yes, it does. No, it's
No.
every 90 minutes.
No.
Try not to sound like
Look, dude. You don't know what you're talking about. It's supposed to orbit the
You
Earth.
can see it every day, every single 90 minutes when it goes across
Wanna
your
bet?
hemisphere.
I'll bet you like 10 Bitcoin that you can't see it every single day. From one location.
Okay, then get your telescope out and I will too, and we'll see it.
This guy's hilarious.
We shall
I'm
do
laughing.
this.
This is funny. He's actually comical.
I want I want that 10 Bitcoin that you totally definitely have. That would make me buzz.
Okay, go on, spot the station. Pick any location on Earth and watch it not be there every single day.
Okay,
It's
let me
not
go to
there.
ChatGPT real quick. Just to find the
The
coordinates.
most I ever
because I'm
found for one location was 21 times in a 1 month period. That was Ardenville in New Zealand.
To see the ISS
December 2018.
I've gone literal months in between seeing it, and those months where I didn't see it,
Yes,
I was out
okay,
there
so you're
every
wrong.
single day. Okay.
It's
that's all.
visible for 5 to 6 minutes as it moves across the sky. That's always going to be like that because it goes around every
Not
single
every
90
single
minutes, no matter where you are.
Every single day. You're adding
It travels 17,500 kilometers per hour. Give me that 10 Bitcoin.
Okay. You're adding the every single day on your own, dude. Doesn't have to say every
I can send you my Bitcoin. I can send you my Bitcoin wallet. I got you, guy.
Yeah.
Hold up.
I'd rather you send me your freaking dress, dude.
Why? You gonna wear it?
No, he's going to get his sister to put it on and
dress.
take her out for a date.
Oh, you want me to put a dress on because I proved you wrong?
No, you already have a dress on because this is weak ass sauce, dude. This is bitch
No,
level
I don't think
fucking
so.
argumentation.
No, but I
Well,
don't
then
think
why
so
did you
because I
want
think
the
it's
dress?
definitely possible. I never wanted the dress. I didn't hear what he said, you dumb nigger.
Young
Hey, don't say that, man. Just shut your little stupid ass mouth, man.
Now he has to go. He has to go.
Yeah, these little
That's like a 2 day. That's like a 2 day server ban or some shit.
These 16-year-olds come in here and trigger us all.
Disrespectful.
You know what's embarrassing is I used to be like that when I was like 15. I used to say off the wall stuff.
Well, you know, you live and you learn. You get older and you mature and you get wise.
I coach Pop Warner football, 11 and 12-year-olds. Just imagine the nonsense that happened on a football field with 11 and 12-year-olds, dude. It's
You got a
just
big
like,
responsibility, coach. You got a big responsibility.
Dude, everything is fart jokes, piss, shit, pussy. Like, dude, it's just completely, and you got to listen to this crap in the huddle. You're trying to teach them how to freaking running play and crap, and like they're in the huddle just like jibber jabbering nonsense. You're like, oh my god, I'm gonna kill myself right here on the field.
No, don't do that. You're setting a bad example for the youth.
Yeah, I know, but it's just the feeling. Like, was I like this? Like,
yeah, you were. All of us were.
Yeah, I know.
All of us were obnoxious.
11 and 12 is that age where they're like transitioning from being a child to an adult. So they're like tipping their toes into adult topics, but they have no idea what they're talking about. So they just blurt out any nonsense.
Yeah. It's the nature of life. That's how it is. But you have to pray to God to give you the patience to deal with these youngsters because you have a lot of influence on them at this age.
Ask an 11-year-old how they think a baby is made.
In the NFL. He plays for I don't want to dox myself. He plays for the Ravens, so let's put it that way. He's a tight end for the Ravens.
Cool.
Nice.
Yeah.
It's traveling at 17,500 miles. Pay me my 10.
All right, guys. You guys be good. I got to hit this gym real quick. See you later.
All right, man. Work too hard.
Hey, guys. Hello?
What's up, man?
Welcome to the room.
Is that you, India?
Yeah.
Which Discord or channel were you talking about where you were muted?
Oh, that was in the old science versus pseudoscience server.
Forgot that's what
Was
it used to
that
be called.
in the was
Fed
that
server.
The Fed server? You mean Flat Earth Debate?
Yeah,
Flat Earth Debate with Nathan? Nathan,
yeah,
the old one.
Server. Yeah, he don't run the server though. He don't run the Discord.
He doesn't. Okay.
No.
No, he literally has nothing to do with anything on Discord. He just uses it for a show.
Okay, he just runs his show.
Yeah.
So we flat earthers, we don't believe they went to the moon, right? Even though they say it, right?
Why should we?
Yep.
That's my thing when they say, you don't believe there's rockets in space. You don't believe, like, why should I? Why should I believe any of that shit? Give me one good reason. And I've yet to have any Glover give me any good reason.
Yeah, that's the answer which I heard. That's why I would like to ask. Why should we believe that they were in Antarctica?
Why should we believe? It rains diamonds.
I mean, did they give us some substantial, some solid evidence? I mean, wouldn't they be able? Sorry, pardon me for my English. It's not my mother language. Couldn't they have faked it, just like the movie Gravity or 2012? You know how good they are, and the studio from NASA, was it called Michoud? You know that studio, right? Haven't you heard about Michoud?
Yeah, obviously they could have faked it. The thing is, why would they? I don't think they have any. I have no reason to think it's fake. I think are interesting things in the videos, which might give a clue on why there is a 24-hour sun. Because if you, I've only seen pieces. I haven't analyzed it in any depth. All I know is some of the video, the lighting is weird and the shadows are weird and everything is just weird. And I went and looked at some Arctic 24-hour sun videos, and the lighting it doesn't look the same. And like, this is kind of like an
Exactly,
intuition
exactly.
thing. I can't really quantify it.
No. You're right. You're right.
It
Look,
just looks weird.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I agree with you. I will go the same way. I mean, I will help you with what you're saying. It's weird because, for example, I saw a short video, maybe 2 minutes, compilation of the 360 degree sun going around in 360 degree in 2 minutes. What was weird about it was, when you film the sun without a filter, you will have flares in the lens, right?
Yeah,
and the flares. Yeah, and the flares of the sun, or what we call rays of the sun, and the flares, they never changed, even though he himself said that the sun is changing its angular elevation as it goes near to the mountains. It's reducing its elevation, angular elevation. So that is impossible that the rays of the sun in the lens or the flares are not changing like normal video recordings of the sun when we see. So, and about the footsteps without steps in the snow. There are weird things in the video.
Yeah,
but,
well,
but
Antarctica
what
used
is
to be ice, so that's not surprising. Like, it's a misconception that it like snows in Antarctica. It like gets something like on average 2 millimeters a year. So it's like it's ice. It's not really snow. So that doesn't really
okay?
surprise me.
That could be
Like some of the
okay.
weird
That could
things
be an
are like,
explanation. Okay, sorry for interrupting you. That might have convinced me when it was not so that I have seen where he didn't leave footsteps. The guy who was walking around, there were footsteps already on the ice. So how does it work?
oh,
Sometimes, sometimes mixed footsteps,
yeah, that's weird.
and sometimes not. Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't
There was
gone over
something.
the videos because it's not really interesting to me. Like, big deal, like whatever. All I know is from what I've seen. Like, I've seen that like the shadow length that video that shows like the shadow length that the dude was casting. Like his shadow changed size like rapidly. He like walked like 15 feet and the shadow like cut its size like in half, which is like
That looks like studio lighting. Yeah. That looks like video lighting.
But there's a possibility that it's just. I mean, if you look at like what they say about Antarctica, like how far you can see, like if you look at the Antarctic Southern Ocean Sailing Guide, it says you can see mountains 300 miles away. There's a video of a dude,
right? Because it gets there.
Yeah, he's a ship captain, and he said that, like, I've seen mountains 275 miles away. So in like Amundsen's record, where he said they went there and they got stuck, on the South Pole expedition, and he said they didn't see the sun at all, but it was brightly lit. He said they didn't see the sun the entire time they were there, except for one day, and it was brightly lit the entire time, and that it was driving everybody crazy because normally when everything's brightly lit, the sun's out, but it was like that, but there was no sun visible. But when the sun did come out, he said they like had a party and like everybody cheered and went crazy. So maybe there's some weird optical phenomenon happening down there that's like not typical for like the rest of the world. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know. The video looks weird.
That's what I thought. Look, mate. I mean, I can only assume where you are coming from, because it all started when Flat Earth Asshole, I think 2017 or something like that. He started talking about guys from Australia. They have been reporting that the sun is coming from the southeast and going and setting down in the southwest. So it looks like it's coming from Antarctica or much further. I mean, when he said that the AE map doesn't work, but maybe it is, like you said, that there are some optical strange things, phenomenons, which are being played there. Maybe, for example, the weird thing is, do you remember when Jaren, when he was a flat earther, when he reported many times about the Null Earth Null School? Do you know the site? Earth Null School, NULL.
Yeah, I know what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, they had the AE map and the currents of temperature, the wind currents, the temperature currents, they were perfectly circle. And then they put the AE map away. And Jaren wrote to them and asked them, and they said there was a glitch or a problem, and they will bring it back, but they never brought it back. I mean, I know that the AE map is not perfect, but it's many times it's working so good, and we see all the time that they use a flat map. For example, when you watch submarines, they all use flat maps, and often they somehow show the. I mean, maybe the lights in the sky. We always say you cannot determine the shape of the Earth by looking into the sky, right? So why are we throwing the AE map away just because the lights somehow don't work? I mean, even this cross star in the south. I mean, the cross star in the south. How is it called? Octanius?
The Southern Cross.
Yeah, the Southern Cross. I mean, even that could be somehow explained. Might be explained if we consider if there is some kind of container in the form of a dome, and if the dome is going very, very low at the surroundings of Antarctica, it could reflect how somehow a layer of the stars which are in the container, and they could reflect the Southern Cross in the dome for everyone who is on the ring. If it could be, if it's really like the AE map. Do you know what I mean? I mean, look, the Globers, for example, never throw away their curvature, never throw away their model, even when we bring so many endless observations. Do you know? Do you see what I'm coming from? I mean, why should we throw away our a model which is working much better than the globe model just because they come with one? How do you call it? One evidence that it is not working well, but they never throw away the curvature. They fight for it till the death with all kinds of. Now they don't have. How do you call it? Now they don't have a geometrical horizon. Now they come with 3 horizon and stupid stuff like that. I mean, they fight so hard for their model, but we are throwing it just because a guy who is not a scientific guy, who is a pastor, claims to have went to Antarctica and made a video which proves nothing, because we have the videos from the moon landing Should we accept that the moon landings were true just because they had videos for it? You said it. Why should you believe them? These are the same guys which lied from all directions all these 40, 50, 70 years to us, right?
Yeah, and Duffy actually he said that lying and deception is not inherently immoral. So
exactly.
He said that to his church. He said that to his church, dude. And, I can't even believe
I saw it. Yeah, I saw the video. He said, I saw the video. He was talking about the Ten Commandments. He said that Ten Commandments don't prohibit lying. They only prohibit giving false witness.
Yeah, which is a lie. Because all over the Bible it says not to lie, dude. Anyway, I'll bring a couple things. Okay, so the AE map isn't made to get the sun's position except when it's at zenith. That's it. When it's directly overhead, that's the only thing it ever claims to predict. So if you go on like time and date, right, and you look up, it'll show you like there's the sun and moon map is on time and date, which allegedly uses the globe model, which actually don't, which I'll get into in a second. But it'll show a sun and a moon, but that is only good for where it shows the sun and the moon. That's where it's called the sub-solar point and the sub-lunar point. That's where the sun and moon are at zenith. It doesn't tell you the angles where it is any other place. So the way that's predicted, the way the angles to the sun are predicted when sunrise is, when sunset is, when solar noon is, they don't use a globe to predict that. They use the celestial sphere. And it's it could be on any surface, right? So it's really, where is the sun relative to the celestial equator? What day is it? And where's the celestial equator above the horizon for you? And that's where they predict where the sun is. It's actually not a globe model. There's no globe in the model. It is completely based upon a celestial sphere. There's no globe. It's none of that crap. So a 24-hour sun prediction is not actually a globe model prediction because no one uses a globe model to predict it.
Yeah, I understand what you mean when you say. Yeah, I know what you mean when you say that the AE map is not used to determine the position of the sun. Yeah, I know what you mean because
it's not supposed to give you the time, right? It's a longitude and time calculation.
What is this guy? Yeah, I know what you mean because whether you like or don't like the guy QMV, or whether I do like him or not, I have seen his videos. Yeah, I know what you mean. He made a lot of videos which showed that the AE map doesn't work as well as the globe map to predict the position of the sun. When you use the daylight website, how is it called? I think daylight or something like that.
Dude, time and it's called time and date. They don't use a globe. They don't use a globe to predict the sun with that.
Yeah, I assume they use only observation.
Observation. They use something called the equation of time. Okay, it's an equation for where the sun is relative to Greenwich Mean Time. It has nothing to do. There's no globe. If you look at them, so you can go on Wikipedia, look at the equation of time. You can look at the equation.
Wait a minute. Sorry for interrupting.
Okay, so
sorry for interrupting you. Wait. India. When you say that they have an equation for time which can determine the position of time, then one should be able.
Tells you the position of the sun.
Yeah. What did I say? What did I say? Sorry. Okay. I meant what you said. Okay. Sorry. I meant sun. Okay. If they have an equation which predicts the position of sun, I mean, normally when you know
you're missing what I'm trying to tell you. In those equations,
they should be able to make a model.
Okay, that's fine, but in those equations, there's no globe. It's not. There's no. If you look at the equations, there's no globe in the equations. There's no Earth as a globe in those equations.
Nice. What you're saying is nice, because what you're saying is somehow, in your words, it is embedded what I said. You are saying there is no globe in these equations. This is what I said. There must be something which makes the equation works. There must be something in these equations which lies or which depends on the shape of the Earth and the sky, so that they could have made an equation that works to determine the position of the sun. Do you see what I mean?
No, they don't. That's the thing. The only thing you need to know about the Earth is like, where is the celestial equator relative to you, right? So, say the celestial equator is 45 degrees above the horizon. You would use that to predict where the sun would be. But it has nothing to do with like what you're standing on. It only has to do with what you're looking at. It's completely based upon the sky. There's no consideration about the Earth other than the elevation angle of the celestial equator. That's it. So it's the elevation angle above, the horizon.
Okay.
That's the only Earth part is the horizon. That's the only Earth. I mean, technically, it's not even in there as a So I posted in the chat, right? So if you look in the chat right here, I posted a diagram. So that's how the equation works, right? So it's just it just assumes that you're like at the center of these coordinates, man, and there's an angle that the sun is above the horizon relative to the celestial, relative to the background stars, and that's it. It has nothing to do. It doesn't matter. Globe, pretzel, frickin', diamond, pyramid. Fuck that. None of it. That shit matters.
Okay.
The equation.
But still, this graphic indicates that they are using a flat plane. In the graphic is a flat plane. Yeah, it's not important how the ends of the Earth. If there were ends of the world, or a ring, or maybe it's infinite. We don't know it. But the fact is, in these diagrams, then it means that they are using a flat plane.
Well, I mean, in the diagram they're using a flat plane, but in the equations, like, you don't even have to be standing on anything. You could just be like, quote unquote, floating in space, and you could still do the same thing. Yeah, it has nothing to do with like even what you're standing on.
Yeah, okay.
But you need the horizon, right? So you need like your eye. You need the horizon, which is basically your eye level, right? Because you got to measure the angle from that up. If you want to know where the sun is, right? If you want to know, hey, when's the sun going to rise? Well, you need to know where the horizon is. What time is the sun going to rise? You know what I mean? Because the horizon, when it's beyond it, you can't see it, right? So.
Okay, then we are back. We are back
Which
to
is
the
other
point.
thing. I mean,
what you're saying? Did you notice? Did you notice what you just said? You said you don't need even to stand on a flat plane. You
don't need to stand on anything.
You would be even able to just float in space. It is the horizon in the sight of your eye. I mean, this is the reason why what you are saying indicates what I think, but I don't. I never brought it forth. That's why I think you are going back to the point where when they say they could stand on the sphere and have a plane, flat plane to have their angle when they use the sextant. This is the same thing which you are saying. That's why I think that this argument that it is measured flat, it's not waterproof. Someday they could come with a scientific formulation to disprove it. As you are saying, for example, here you are saying the same thing. You are saying you don't need the flat plane. You could be floating in the space. But what they cannot disprove are the endless observations which we have. For example, the black swan. This is something, they could not disprove. Yeah, it's a bit messed. I know. Everyone knows that. That's why no one has a model. That's why somehow we have to evade, because we, the flat earthers, have to evade the question, what is your model? Because we cannot have a model. We don't know it. We cannot do what the globers are doing. We cannot lie and say that we have a model when we don't have a model. And we cannot. And that is something which they use against us, but we are just honest. We just don't know. But what you said was very interesting for me, because it proved my fears about the statement. It is measured flat, because when I use a sextant, it does not prove that it is measured flat. It cannot prove that the Earth is flat. That's why I need the how do you call it? That's what I need, the horizon or level proving instruments when I build something on the ground. What I mean is this statement that it is measure flat when we use a sextant is not so waterproof that it could be somehow, scientifically, how when someone comes with a convincing formulation which sounds very, very scientific, it could be disproven not to be a solid evidence. And that is exactly what you said when you said, for example, by yourself, you don't even need to be standing on a flat plane. You could be floating in space, right? Am I right or not? When I express my concerns, that as we always, as you guys always do, you are always careful not to depend on a statement, not to say something when you cannot prove it, right? Am I right or not?
Oh yeah, dude. You got to back your shit up. It's the way it is.
Yeah.
You don't have evidence, don't say it.
Yeah, it's begging the question in the first place.
Exactly. Yeah, but what we can prove is we can see too far. We can see damn too far. That is something which.
So here's another see too far thing, because you brought this up. That's why I'm like circling back to it. The Southern Cross. So you can see the Southern Cross from the Canary Islands. And if you punch it in, I'll post the video in the chat. You've got a picture of the full Southern Cross from the Canary Islands. And if you take his time, you take his location, you take his elevation, you account for refraction, you put it in a freaking telescope. So it's a software that will aim your telescope. You plug your telescope into it. It's supposed to point where it's supposed to be. The Southern Cross is supposed to be under the horizon. The only star you should see is like the top star of the Southern Cross. But this dude got a picture of the entire Southern Cross, well above the horizon. So that observation alone just like busts their model. McCune, I had him frickin', ghost, because he started arguing me about it and was like, okay, bro. Stellarium.
But how could that be? Sorry for interrupting you.
Don't have refraction. What was that?
Sorry for interrupting you, but the Canary Islands, they are on the coast of North Africa, northwest Africa.
28 north.
Yeah, they are over the equator. How is that possible?
Over the equator.
Yeah.
The Southern Cross isn't at the zenith of the South Pole. Just FYI.
Well, yeah, I know.
That's
but
nice observation.
If you punch it into any star software for that time, that date, that position, it shows that it's not visible, that it's under the horizon.
Uh, did you mention who had this information? Was it in the form of a video or images?
So no, so the dude that did it, he's Spanish or Portuguese or something, right? He's a glober. He's not even a flat earther. He just was like, yeah, I'm gonna try and take a picture of the Southern Cross from here, and he did. And so like who was it? Who's the dude from GoBusters? The Spanish dude that used to be on there. Anyway, he basically translates it. So I got the video. I'll post it in the chat, dude. You don't even have to listen to me. I'll post the video in the chat. The clip.
It's his name was Iru.
Yeah, Iru.
Yeah, something like Iru Delucci or something like
Iru
like
Landucci.
Yeah,
I used to
Landucci.
listen. I stopped listening though.
Me too.
I mean,
Yeah,
they were good at first, but they went off the rails, dude.
Yeah, I listened to him like during the beginning, but yeah, they got all.
Yeah, I
just
stopped
weird.
listening to them, and I didn't take them seriously anymore when they started with the heart-formed map. Just because the wife of Bob Nodal wanted to come.
Wait, so that Landucci guy isn't a flat earther anymore?
I don't know what he is.
Have no idea. Have no idea because I also stopped listening to GoBusters.
Yeah, I stopped when they started talking about that downward dielectric acceleration stuff. No, I was just like, okay.
Yeah. They started talking about a lot of things which have nothing to do with flat Earth. I think this is what Nathan Oakley calls the feast of nonsense, right? So where were we, Indio? You said you will post something about this Portuguese guy who made the observation about.
Yeah, I posted in the chat. I posted in the chat, dude.
You did post it, you mean?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, because I have to go from time to time to the kitchen to smoke. Oh,
Could you
I
post
see it.
a video of that, Indigo?
Yeah, it looks like a YouTube video.
What was that?
Could you post a link to the video?
The original video?
Yeah, the one where that screenshot came from.
Okay, so I posted one in the chat. Did I post it in the right chat? Yeah, I posted in the chat.
Yeah, this is screenshot, I think.
If I have a link to the original video, it'll be in the description. Usually, if I use somebody else's video, I'll put the original, the source in the description almost always. Yes, I did. So.
Interesting.
I know how Glovers are, dude. I do have my defense is prepared in advance, man.
I don't get what you mean.
Because I know it's gonna happen with Glovers. You say anything, dude, they're like, "Where's the original video? How do I?" Like they're gonna pull all their shit, dude. So it's already there, dude. I got other stuff too. I'll post it in the chat, like what the predictions are. So he used Stellarium, but I actually went over it. Stellarium has some issues, so I just use telescope aiming software that like compensates for everything. So because it aims your telescope. So
am I right or wrong that I have heard that you could not see the Southern Cross with the naked eye? It's very dim. Is it true?
No, that's Sigma Octantis. That's not the Southern Cross. That's not the Southern Cross.
Oh, they are not the same thing. Okay.
No, Sigma Octantis is supposed to be the closest star to the southern celestial pole. I remember Nathan did an episode, so he had emailed some astronomy, like the main national observatory in New Zealand, and asked them for a picture of Sigma Octantis, and they sent them back basically a black frame. It was just black. There was nothing in it. That was a while back, dude.
I think that is what I'm referring to. And they said you cannot. It's very dim. It's even difficult to photograph it.
I've only seen 3. So one from the 70s, one from the Sloan Sky Survey. Both of those are one is in infrared, one is in ultraviolet, and then one, can't remember which one would they claimed it be, but they were supposed to be invisible light. That might be the same. It was like taken in the 80s. It did so there's something called the Sloan Digital Sky Survey, where they each star has all the images that they have of that star. Sigma Octantis had 3 images that they know of in all of astronomy of it.
Okay.
Well, they have been photographing stars for I don't know, fucking 120 years. Dude, we got more pictures of Bigfoot than that.
Sure. Bigfoot. Do you remember the name of the guy who tried to go to Antarctica and some ships shot at him?
Yeah, Jarl Anderhoy.
Anderhoy. Can you spell that? J-A-L?
Yeah, it's Jarleandhoy.
Okay.
He got arrested twice, not just once. He tried to go back the second time, and he never made it.
Exactly. And then when he came back, wherever he was from, was he from Norway? Norway or
Finland?
Finland? He was from Finland? I don't think
and they
so.
give him a big. Kroners, right? Who is Kroners? No, he's Norwegian. Yeah,
Norwegian. Because the Finnish name. Because the Finnish name, they always end with inen, like Häkkinen, Mäkinen, Räikkönen. Yeah, he cannot be Finnish.
Well, I remember he got a $10,000 or 10,000 kroner fine for doing it.
Not only that, he was.
So think about that. Think about what happened. He went to Antarctica in his home country that has nothing to do with that shit other than they signed the treaty. Find him. Sound like they're the ones
Say that again?
Right? They find him. They find him for going there. The government of Norway.
No, they didn't only find him; they also accused him of acts of terrorism, I think.
Oh yeah, probably. Wouldn't doubt it. Eco-terrorism.
Maybe, yeah. That. And 2 of his mates, I think one of them was female, I think they died the second time, I think.
They died the first time.
The first time? Oh, okay.
Yeah. He never made it back the second time. He they found out that he was trying to get back there and they arrested him before he could get there.
Wow. Weird stuff.
Where's the guns, Nathan?
Where's the guns? That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Dude, like I got the solution to that. We're gonna send McToon back unauthorized and we can show him where the guns are. I mean, he'll find guns. Like seriously. Like here you go. We're gonna pay for your freaking charter boat. Here's your boat. Go sail back. Go find the guns. You'll find them now. Guarantee it.
Actually, the guns will find him.
He takes a chartered flight, has a passport, checks all the boxes, and he's wondering why he didn't find guns. Just because you did everything they say, you jumped through every single hoop. Don't jump through the hoops and find out what happens.
Who was the one that made the song?
Which
or
song?
wrote the song? Who was the one that wrote the song? The
which
where are the guns, Nathan?
I think it's Mr. Cheswick. I'll post that in the chat because that song is great.
Does he like come to the Discord server?
Not that I know of. I think he just, unless he has a different name, I think he just makes you.
Cheswick is always under the radar, right? I never saw him in any chat. Maybe once in Beyond the Imaginary Curve with Dell. Maybe there.
Did y'all see the Jaren Home Depot Life video? The one that was on QE's, like the end of one of QE's episodes or whatever.
That was stupid, man.
Dude, I freaking love that song. I don't know if it's the one you're thinking of because there's two of them, and one of them is stupid. But the other
I have not seen the one from QE. I have seen a video from Jake the asshole.
Yeah, not that one. I don't think. I'm not sure. One of them's pretty good. Man, Vax Wax freaking killed him. That was awesome.
Yeah. Where are the guns, Nathan?
Imagine you have 1,000 Home Depots. What'd you say?
Who did we kill?
I'm talking about you talking to Jaren.
Oh, yeah, that bozo.
And when you finally got him to the Home Depot. That was great.
I mean, imagine someone calls himself McToon. Just one step away from Looney Tune.
I wasn't expecting Jaren to behave the way he did. Like, he went like full globetard. And, because, I mean, I fully believe Jaren was a flat earther up until, a couple weeks ago. So,
really?
Hold on, 2 years. Hold on, man. 2 years ago, he said, "I'm not a flat earther anymore. I'm a true earther." So,
true,
yeah. A couple years back now.
I stopped listening to him after. I stopped listening to him after he put out like a huge post about how celestial navigation can be done on a globe, and was like begging the question, and he was talking down to pretty much everyone, and I was like, I can't listen to this guy anymore.
I stopped listening even before a little bit, after he got wrecked by Aaron Roth in that debate. That was freaking pathetic.
I never saw that, but
oh god, dude, Aaron Roth knew nothing about the topic in wrecked Aaron.
Like, dude, like, how does that even happen?
Who is this?
Aaron Rod, typically, he's like an atheist apologist. Typically he debates atheists versus, theist. That's
Right.
really what his thing is. So he doesn't really know anything about flat Earth topic. Aaron Rod debated him. I think it was on the Non Sequitur show, and Jaron got fucking wrecked, dude, by a guy that don't know the topic from his ass.
Yeah, I agree with Indio. Jaren was signaling all the time, even at the beginning, was signaling indications.
Well, he butted up.
Haven't you? Didn't anyone notice about Jaren? His facial expression, for example, when he stands in a flat Earth meeting on the podium and talks. Man, he just looks so cringy, like someone who's thinking when this fucking shit will end so that I can go home. He always looked cringing. I never understood that, and that's why I started to distrust him very early, especially after he messed up with the moon eclipse in 2018. Do you remember that? Where the moon was going when the shadow was going from the west to the east. And he didn't understand that even when the moon is orbiting the Earth faster than that the equator of the Earth is spinning around its axis, he didn't understand that still the moon needs longer, which you don't have to be a scientist to calculate it, because the moon needs 28 days to spin around the axis of the Earth, according to the heliocentric model. So you don't have to calculate. And even another guy made a video about it, and because Jaren at that time said, yeah, this phenomena of the shadow of the moon going from the west to the east could be explained by the fact that the moon is spinning faster than the equator is spinning around the axis of the Earth. And that was the point where I thought, no, this guy is not really. It's not reliable in understanding.
There is no heliocentric.
Well, I hate to tell you, Jaren was right.
Yeah, I know. That's why I said.
Even though he was right for the wrong reason. So Sly Sparkane is the one that quote unquote debunked him. But there was a guy back then. His name was Political Hillbilly, and Antonio Subarats. They went over the video, and Sly Sparkane. So he had made an animation, and he actually sped up the animation to make it work. He tried to pull a fast one. Sly Sparkane. Well, what do you expect? His name is Sly. What do you expect him to do? But he got exposed. And then there's an Indonesian group called Flat Earth 101. They made a physical scale model, right? So everything's to scale. They hired engineers to physically make this scale model. I actually got it on my channel. I got the video of it on my channel. And it can't do it. It can't go backwards the way the time is off, right? So it could go backwards for a brief period of time, but it can't go backwards for as long as they were saying. Right, so it's going backwards for like 6 hours.
I didn't get your point. I mean, do you agree with me that the shadow was going from west to east?
Yes, it's going to west to east, but it's not do it. But it's not.
But you cannot explain it. But you cannot explain it according to the theoretical, not existing heliocentric model. It cannot be explained.
No,
because
it can't.
According to the okay, so you agree with me? Okay.
Yeah. What I'm saying is the heliocentric prediction can't possibly. Well, it's not really a heliocentric prediction, but at that time, I remember at that time, hey, this proves the globe. This proves the globe. And Sly Sparkane tried to prove it was possible by making an animation, but he literally fudged the animation to make it work, right? So he had it like, okay, the Earth has this many rotations, and then the Moon has this much of an orbit. So this is what the shadow would do, and he made an animation, but like right at a key point when it would go backwards, he actually slowed the animation down to make it work, and he got caught. He got caught by, like I said, a political hillbilly and Antonio Subaret.
Oh, now I get it. No, I get it. No, I get it. Okay.
So,
okay, thanks.
But even after that, these Indonesian flat earthers, and I'm going to post the video in 2 seconds. Okay, they made a physical scale model of the 2017 quote Great American Eclipse, and it didn't do, like, when they made the physical model, they could not get it to, and they used all the variables like the moon's orbit, how fast the Earth will be rotating, all this shit. They used all that, and they couldn't get it to do what was predicted by the eclipse. And I'll post that in the chat too, the video of it.
Okay. Test of 2017 Great American Eclipse using.
Yeah, this is a physical model. They literally just made a physical. You know what I mean? Nothing beats a physical model. Doing it in a computer, that's one thing. But when you make a physical model, it's kind of hard to argue with that.
And again, instead of watching the whole video, what do you mean that these Indonesian or whoever they are, these guys who made this model, you mean they proved that it could not be working according to the non-existing heliocentric model? Is that what you mean?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, nice.
All this stuff, this came out back then, and all this stuff is memory hole, right? The Globers, like, they got globamnesia, where they pretend none of this shit ever happened, and they just wake up the next day and will say, eclipses prove the globe, like none of that ever happened. That's what they do.
Yeah, exactly.
I can't. I don't know if this is on. Jeff Bezos, or the name of it, was supposed to launch. They had a launch window between like 1 a.m. and every time it would get down to like 10 minutes before launch, bloop, they'd throw 30 minutes on. And so many people were getting mad. I don't think anything launched. And it's like, okay, so they were going to do something spectacular, but there was no media beforehand. It's just like out of the blue, hey, we're launching tonight. Whoa. It's just weird. Before there'd be a big hullabaloo. Come here and watch. I don't know. They're starting to lose their own audience. Like when I said earlier, they said 2025. They kicked it down to 2027 now for Artemis. And then in 2032, what are they going to say? They're kicking it to 2035 now? We're still going.
You mean NASA? You mean NASA is losing its audience?
The whole space idea and industry. Elon Musk,
that's
Bezos, and all of them.
That's logical.
They're losing their audience because they're not fucking following through. People were tuned in for literally people.
Look, mate, I'm very old, mate. I'm very old. I'm 58 years old. I remember in 1980 we had scientific magazines which were putting illustrations, of course, about how we will have bases on the moon by the year 2000.
Oh, yeah.
Really? Yeah.
It's
and where are these bases?
Obama said we were going back in 2008.
And these people,
every one of them says that. George Bush said that too.
That's
and these people that are going through everyday life with all this wasted funding going to this lie, and they're just like, $1,500 for a 1-bedroom a month? Yeah, that's acceptable. You know, like.
Yeah.
Well,
because they are scientists.
$8 a liter for gas to drive my car around? Perfect.
Yeah, $8 for a bottle of water. Bottle of water. $15.
Didn't they also say back in, what was it, during Obama's time, that they bombed the moon also?
I'm not sure. I just remember a speech that he said, "We're going back to the moon, 2008." Something like that.
Or how about the one where he said, "We don't have a time for a meeting of the Flat Earth."
Oh, yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, that's crazy.
But yeah, I could have sworn that I heard there was like an article or something out there that they bombed the moon under Obama.
Yeah, they claimed that. I remember that. They even showed the video.
They didn't send Obama to the moon.
A lot of shit.
Then bomb the moon. You know, they should have put Obama on the moon first and then bomb it.
He was dropping bombs everywhere. So it's believable.
Well, I mean, yeah, that's it coincides with his term, you know? Maybe that's why most people believe it.
Maybe that was code word for bomb the shit out of.
I don't know.
Hey, guys, do you know the guy called Masterpiece?
Not me.
I only know him from one video. Do you know the video? Wait a minute. Flat Earth Lunar Eclipse 2018, 100% proof, moon, not a sphere. Shadow is the smoking gun. Have you seen this video?
I've never heard of this guy.
Okay, my rank is not high enough.
Shadow is a smoking gun. You mean when McToon's shadow lengthened and stuff?
Look, I can post the link to his video. It's very nice, very professional. I can post the link, but it will not appear as a video from YouTube. It will only appear as a link because my rank is very low. So I still cannot post photos or videos in the chat box. Okay? So I will post only the link. Here you got it, and you can watch it. But he's talking about very nice things. Although I cannot determine if the moon is not a sphere or a sphere. I think it looks like it is a sphere. But maybe the shadow is not a shadow. Maybe it is a blind spot in the sky. It looks like that. But it does not work like a shadow, because when a shadow goes over a sphere or a ball, and he shows that, you have many factors that the shadow must take the form of the object. For example, when you make a shadow on stair steps, then the shadow will break like the steps of a stair. Do you see what I mean? He shows all that in the video.
I hear you. Yeah, makes sense.
At the beginning, it's not very interesting. At the beginning, he's only talking that he's an artist, and art and painting was something special, not for the peasants. They kept it secret. Only few people were granted in the knowledge of perspective and things like Leonardo da Vinci, and then I think after the third of the video or a quarter of the video, it gets very interesting when he starts to talk about the factor S. There must be a shadow form of S on a sphere, the factor of diffusion and things like that. Very interesting things and scientific things.
Okay,
Would
it's
be very interesting if you watch.
I'm gonna watch it later, but it's in my my history now.
Okay, great.
No, I'm gonna watch it after though.
What is it?
The Bob Ross at the beginning there. That looks cool. It's a 22-minute clip about something to do with the moon, and the shadow is a gun. So I'm gonna check it out after.
Thanks.
Oh, okay.
The gentleman posted a link to it there in the.
You really better know what you really can't show.
That sounds like Robert Bassano. That sounds like Robert Bassano. It's not about what you think or what you know. It's about what you can prove.
No. What you really can't show is really what you know. It's the globe science flow.
Nice. There's another thing which is very interesting, which I mentioned a couple of days ago. I don't know if one of you guys were here. You could never have a rising Earth on the moon because the moon is rotating in a way so that it is always facing the Earth with the same phase or the area. So it is not rotating in a way so that the Earth could be rising or setting on the moon.
Awesome point. Awesome point.
Yeah, it's very easy. It's very.
Why would you not be able to just go to where the moon is? Sorry, where the Earth is halfway risen? I don't understand the assertion.
Because think about the heliocentric model. They say that the sun rises and sets, and the moon rises and sets because the Earth is rotating around its axis. Okay? But the moon, they say we see always the same area of the moon facing us because the moon is rotating so slow that it's facing us with the same area. So the moon is not rotating in a way so that it's always looking at Earth with the same. Do you get what I mean? I mean, the other guy got it and said awesome point. Maybe he could explain it.
They call it like tidally locked or whatever. I just don't understand what's the next point from there.
Yeah, maybe the other guy could explain it to you because he said awesome point. And that means he understood what I said. But you cannot have rising.
So if I understand,
but what he's saying is the only way the astronauts could see the fucking Earth is if they lay down on their back.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the guy with the clear microphone. I don't know. Is that you, Indio? It's not you. Is it really? Maybe you can explain it to him.
If the sun is directly overhead, you can like look up, right? Or if you go to like.
Yeah, but they have freaking spacesuits on. Remember?
Sure. So if you go to like the edge of where the sunrise is, you could like look up and not have.
Is that what they did?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know what the assertion is. That's why I'm asking. What's the assertion?
Well, I don't think they stood on the dark side of the moon and looked over the edge of the moon.
Yeah, he means the Terminator. They never went to the point of the Terminator. The only way you could see a rising or setting Earth on the moon is if you go to the point where the Terminator line is, where the shadow starts. But they landed in the middle of the face of the moon, which is looking at us.
My
And it's
understanding is
always looking.
They landed about like sort of 3/4 of the way across, was my understanding. Am I confused on that? So you'd expect to see the sun at, like, if it was on the Earth, 3/4 of the way
Look,
across.
it is on me if I was not able to express myself in a way that you could understand it, because I'm not perfect in English, and English is not my mother language. Sorry.
Completely discredited.
What do you mean?
Your English was not perfect, so we don't have to listen to anything you said.
A nice way of looking at things.
Yeah, I'm just fucking with you, my man.
Yeah, I know.
It's like those arguments, like they used the wrong there. Everything in this paragraph is wrong.
Man, nothing is logical with the stories of heliocentric model and the moon landing. I mean, how could the camera work in such a hostile environment when the camera was not modified? It was the same camera which was bought from, I think, Kodak. So in vacuum, it worked.
Well, they said the camera and the film was all shielded.
It was in a lead box for the
in 10 feet, concrete
for the for the Van Allen radiation belt. Remember in the one interview, we must have went through it.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, he didn't know. He said maybe we didn't go so far. The astronaut.
I mean, when one of the guys that did it punches a dude that's offering him $5,000, something's suspicious there.
Yeah, I forgot the name of the guy who made the movie Funny Thing Happened to the Moon. He was punched by
Bart Sabrell.
By Buzz. Yeah, Bart Sabrell. Yeah, he was punched by Buzz. How is he called? Buzz Aldrin? Buzz Aldrin?
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
Yeah. And he was at the home of another guy, and the other guy threw him out of his house, and the son of the other astronaut, said, should we call this the CIA to wax him? Or something like that. Do you remember that?
They forgot a mic and they didn't know they were being recorded.
Yeah. And Bart Sabrell said,
accidentally.
Yeah, it would be fun. We have this on video. He said we have this on video.
It's like accidentally bugging the mob, and instantly they're talking about wild.
Yeah.
But if you're an astronaut and the government warns you not to talk about anything, and then someone knocks on your door and sticks a camera in your face and says, tell us all about the moon, you'd punch the guy, man. You really would. It's lucky you didn't get shot.
I'm pretty sure when he was at the dude's, but then he was kicked out.
But apparently they, these astronauts, they turn into recluses, they turn into alcoholics, and a lot of them died mysteriously after the Apollo missions and stuff. Like the guy who put the lemon on the thing and ended up dying and all that's fruit dodgy.
Him and 2 others before they even got.
Yeah. So if you're just not allowed to talk about it and then some idiot bangs on your door, sticks a camera in your face, it's like, yeah, I would have kicked him in the nuts.
Hey, wouldn't
hard
the
not to
ban
react.
wouldn't the radiation belts have some sort of effect on the electronics?
I know. They said that we didn't discover the Van Allen belt until after we went to the moon, so it didn't affect anything.
It was shielded as well. It was all just shielded.
I'm not sure if the radiation
was
belt
it-
would have.
Was it
I'm not
gamma
sure.
radiation?
Sorry, excuse me. I'm not sure what the radiation. When
Was
I
it
go.
gamma or beta?
Hello, mic check.
Yeah,
hello.
Okay. Yeah, you're working. It's working.
When I go to the dentist and they want to take an X-ray, just a tooth in my mouth, they put a big lead thing over my whole upper body. So I couldn't even imagine what the radiation is due to electronics. Seriously.
I mean, the camera. Didn't it have some sort of... I mean, the ship itself. I mean, it's hypothetically...
This guy, I mean, this video, a recent video, where they say they cannot go through the Van Allen radiation, and they have to find the protection, is admitting that they didn't have protection at that time.
Yes.
You know what I mean? There is video with a young guy with blonde hair, short hair.
I know which one you're talking about, but short answer is yes.
And a lot of videos where astronauts are talking from the alleged space station and saying, "We are making scientific experiments here on Earth." I mean, he's in the space station saying, "Here on Earth."
I mean, it is fun to debunk space, but it's pretty fun to, debunk the moon landing. I mean, that's still pretty fun. Even though we already know space can't exist.
Then what am I looking at right now in the night sky?
So yours.
You just answered your own question. You're looking at the sky.
I know, but did you know there's stars out there?
Yeah, and you're looking at the sky and the stars.
Yeah, but
No, we
what
didn't know there were stars out there.
What are stars? Oh, one might have twinkled, maybe blue, so we know exactly what's in the core of it.
I heard a song on the cartoon
Bit of a
that said,
stretch.
"In the stars, I think I saw you. In the sky."
Are you telling us we're not getting signals from Voyager 1 and 2?
No. Well, if you are, they're airplanes tweeting along.
How do you explain the millions of lights out there?
How do I explain lights? Lights.
The millions of little stars out there.
Millions of twinkly UFO lights. That's how I explain it.
There's no explanation needed.
Why not?
Well, how do you prove your explanation? So I'm not going to give you nothing but twinkly lights. You're going to make a whole bunch of shitman Superman stories. And then who's right or wrong? You or me? Who are you going to bet your money on?
I'm saying the star that is closest to us is the sun.
Who are you betting your money on? You saying...
You don't know how far close
you know
they
what
are.
they are? Yeah, you're saying you know what they are. You're going to lose your money real quick. I'm saying I don't know twinkly lights. You're saying planets, gases, weights, things, this, that. You would lose your money.
And he's also asking how far they are.
How far what is?
The stars.
The sun?
A twinkly light? How far is the light?
That's
a good
what he was
question, brother.
asking.
How far
You know,
is
it
twinkly light?
takes a long time for their light to reach Earth.
No, it doesn't. You know somebody told you a story as a little kid and you're too dumb to understand reality isn't that story? That's what's happening here. Stop believing fucking Mr. Wizard and you'll be all right.
Who's your Mr. Wizard?
Nobody.
Whoever you believed about the twinkly billion-year light you're getting to.
Who taught you about the flat Earth?
Mr. Wizard taught me about the globe. Same guy that taught you.
But who taught you about flat Earth?
A horizontal
Nobody
line.
has to. Wait, nobody has to.
Oh, so ignorance is your teacher.
No, you don't have to be taught what reality is. You can just observe it. Whereas you have to make up stories in your head because you don't observe it.
Did you know there's things in life that you can't observe with the human eye?
I just sat here and tried to change the subject from the shit situation you're in.
You said you just observe the flat Earth and therefore it is.
Yeah, and what do? You imagine a globe, therefore it is.
No.
Yeah.
I trust that the scientists around the globe have come to the consensus that the globe is actually round.
Scientists around the globe.
That's even
all
worse.
around the world.
You would have been better off imagining it. Okay, as soon as you went through, I put my faith in other people. That's even worse because now you're betting on their imagination.
I trust other people.
You know, do you trust the plumber to come and fix your problems when the faucet explodes in your house?
Not just non-sequitur.
Do you trust the doctor to operate on your heart when you need
I do.
surgery?
Doctor went to school.
That's a false equivalence, Castle.
No, it's not.
And I'll tell you why it's a false equivalence. Doctors have actually worked on people. Plumbers have worked on plumbing. No scientists that you mentioned have seen the Earth as a globe.
Well,
you're relying on their imagination. Give me what test?
What test? Yeah,
they do the test where they stick the stuff in the ground at different points, and then they measure the shadows, the distance of the shadows and the angle of the shadows.
You're saying scientists today do this?
That's a scientific experiment.
Yeah, only if you're on drugs and you don't know what science is.
Measuring shadows is an experiment. Interesting.
Science is simply man's way of trying to describe what God created.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Oh, pseudoscience.
It's man observing God's creation and trying to explain how it happened.
Yeah,
that's science.
You're talking about pseudoscience.
No, I'm talking about actual science.
No, you don't know what that is, dude.
Science is man's way of trying to explain the way God created everything.
Why are you talking
so loud? Science is a magic word that you use.
I'm a Samoan, bro. This is how we talk.
Yeah, so science is just a magic word to you. That's all.
Turn your mic down.
A magic word. Well, it's real simple.
What is it, man? This guy's got sensitive ears over here. What'd you say?
How about I just
I'm trying to hear what you say.
You're not even listening to the gentleman talking to you, for fuck's sakes.
You guys get so aggressive in here.
Oh, it's gonna get worse. Watch this. He did his clown fucking show shit.
He was in here the other day, and
Yeah, I
somebody
remember.
used the argument that somebody else used. So he was just repeating what somebody yesterday said.
It's fucking sad, dude. The sad thing is that like, so there's science, but then there's like the pop culture version of science, and that's the one he believes in. It's just like a magic word. You just say something's true and say it's science, and just automatically everyone is just supposed to believe it because he said the magic word science. It automatically gives it validity somehow. Even though if you ask them, okay, what science did they do? Nobody knows. Okay, what was the data? What were the instrumentation? How do they like? What did they do? Nobody knows, but they said it's science. I trust science just because Palmer's fucking retard.
It's in every TV commercial, everything.
If I'm correct, I heard him state that modern day scientists still measure when I know what he was referring to was 2,500 years ago, Aristotle bullshit. Like, come on, man.
See, what dude don't know is that we've talked to scientists in this chat. They don't know anything. They know what you know, not a goddamn thing. Literally faith-based nonsense. So I don't know who coined the term. This is the magic science guy fallacy. But out there's a magic science guy that figured it out. They don't know who the science guy is. They don't know what he did, but he's out there. And there's a bunch of them, and they all know it's a globe. And then he trusts them that they know it's a globe. But when we talk to them, they say what he says, that they trust some other people that know it's a globe. And then when we talk to those people, they say that they trust some other people that know it's a globe. And we can never find the actual person that actually knows it's a globe. No matter how hard we chase, no matter how hard we try, it's always somebody else. It's the kick the can down the road, kick the globe down the road, more like it. Someone else has the globe evidence, just not them. But they trust that person, whoever that person might be.
8 out of 10 scientists have measured Earth.
Yeah, and they also recommend try their gum. You want to give this guy another try? It's like talking to a wall.
I don't know. He was really loud.
He's Samoan, and he could his Samoan brother, man, couldn't even talk to him. Like, we have no chance.
It's like back off the mic, man. It's funny because they think that the louder that they are, the more they gives their arguments more validity.
I think he's just got his mic gain turned up to a gazillion.
Yeah, maybe, but it seems that way. It seems like,
but it could be intentional because some of these guys do that. They like turn their mic up to a ridiculously high level. Look, if you have to turn your mic up to a ridiculously high level to be heard, that means you have nothing interesting to say. I'll tell you what doesn't happen. That his mic's too low and people like,
Oh, say that again? I didn't catch that. That sounded good. No one's ever said that to him. They're like, you're talking nonsense. Turn your shitty mic down.
Yeah, the only time I was enjoying it was when he was trying to get on me for telling him to turn his mic down. That was the most fun. That was a fun part of the argument.
I'm too loud for you? Turn your mic down.
No, you turn it down.
Like, how does turning my mic down lower his voice? Like, holy shit.
Man, it's science, dude.
I think he might have been bending the elbow. I find some people, after a couple cans of liquid courage, their octaves to go up a couple decibels, you know?
Oh, want to hear something worse? He's probably sober. That should scare you even more. Because at least being drunk is an excuse.
Yeah, he wasn't like slurring his words or anything. He just was incoherent. But it's natural. But he's still here, so I don't know.
We experience incoherent.
Just ask him what the radius is, and if he doesn't know, just keep it muted. That's what I think. You know what I mean? Until he's ready to show that he's ready to learn. Yeah, I don't know. He's like everyone else, man.
They don't come here to learn.
Bong, man, your Samoan brother's not representing, man.
Stop saying you're Samoan, man. Shit, every time I hear that, I come up here and try to shut him up, man. Go do the chores. Nah.
He's like, if this was Survivor, we would have voted you off the island.
You got to keep one of them on the island, though. Just one.
Yeah. If hey, Castle King, if you're not willing to learn, right, then you're just a troll, man. We're gonna treat you like every other dumbass troll, that, you know what I mean? That wastes our time.
I mean, I'll unmute him if you want to take another shot. Like,
I think he's cool. It's just if he's willing.
Yeah, dude, he's just dug in, man.
Learn.
I'm gonna unmute him. I want to ask him a question. Okay, Castle.
Yeah.
I want to ask you a question.
Yeah, what is it?
The idea that the Earth is a globe. Did you invent it?
No.
Is that your idea? And why are you why do you feel compelled to defend somebody else's idea?
Because I wear pants.
Huh?
I didn't create pants. In my culture, we wear the lava. But I'm wearing pants right now.
Yeah. I get that. But why would you defend their idea? It's just an idea, right? It's a concept. That's all it is. It's just someone said, hey, I have an idea. I think the Earth's a globe. And you're like, fuck yeah, I'm with you. I'm going to fight everybody to defend your idea. Why? Why would you do that?
Because I believe the proof that has been provided.
Which is?
The photographs, the video that they show from space, the satellites that help us have GPS.
well, I mean, GPS existed before satellites, but it's not the point. So why do you like those images? Why do you believe them? I mean, technically, someone's like, "Yeah, I went to space. I took pictures of the Earth." Like, why do you believe it?
Because I believe you could take a picture from outer space.
Why?
Because I've seen the rockets fly into space.
Well, no, you haven't. Nobody sees a rocket fly into space, man.
Yeah, it's so far up there that we can't see it from ground level anymore. We can only see then from their point of view.
See, now I know you've never seen a rocket launch because they take a parabolic arc toward the horizon. They don't go straight up, bro. Now I know you've never seen a rocket launch. They have to go straight up. I'm wondering why you're lying to protect somebody else's idea.
They have to go straight up.
They don't go straight up, though.
Where do they go?
They take a parabolic arc out of sight. Right? Okay, they're supposed to be going around the Earth, remember? If they went straight up, what would happen?
They'd go into space.
But they have to go along the curve of the Earth, right? So they have to go sideways a little bit, right?
No, they puncture right through that stratosphere. And that's how they get into space.
And what do? Just sit there? They just go straight up and then they just hit the brakes and they just sit there?
No. They have space shuttles. They're attached to the rocket. The space shuttle detaches from the rocket, and then the space shuttle comes back down and lands on Earth.
Okay. So the ISS is supposed to be going 17,000 miles per hour and orbiting every 90 minutes. If it went straight up, it could have never got to that speed because its velocity would only be the orbital velocity of the Earth from where it took off. If it had no sideways momentum, it needs some sideways momentum to get to that speed. They don't fly straight up, they fly across. Okay, there's countless, okay, videos, time lapse of rockets. They take a parabolic arc towards the horizon and they go out of sight. They don't go straight up. They would just
Why are they out of sight? Why would you go straight up? Out of sight?
Too far away to see.
Why would you go straight up, though?
That's what he said.
Huh?
Why not?
Isn't
he just told you?
Yeah, but
space is up.
It would
Earth
crush
is
the
down.
ship to go straight up. I mean, wouldn't it?
It'd be easier to go straight up, remember? Because of the atmosphere?
No, it takes less fuel and it's fuel efficient to go sideways.
Why?
What do you mean? Because it's fuel efficient. If you go straight up, you're burning more fuel because you're going against gravity, which is real. You know that, right?
I thought you guys didn't believe in gravity.
No, we do believe in gravity. Gravity is real.
Dude, hold on. You're arguing with a Glober, bro. Not even a Glober.
I'm arguing with a Glober?
Yes.
Oh, God, no.
Yeah.
So we agree.
Yeah.
Other than
Earth is a globe.
Yeah, because they proved it on YouTube. They went to Antarctica.
Yeah, I know. I saw those guys.
Yeah,
they witnessed the 24-hour sun over there.
Yeah,
those flat earthers.
And then they changed the flat Earth map just to coincide with what happened. That's crazy.
Okay, I'll just ban you for lying. Okay,
There's a flat Earth map?
Tommy, we're not going to tolerate liars. Okay,
I'm not lying, bro. I'm dead ass.
Okay, what map did they change?
Yeah, I
the flat one.
I wasn't
Which
aware
one was
of the
that?
flat
Which
one.
map did they change, Tommy?
The one that's flat and it shows like a ring around the flatness. What are you talking about?
Okay, what did they change that to?
I can't really remember exactly, but it was
Yeah, you
shown
can't
that.
remember what you just, but you know they changed the map, but you can't remember
Yeah, I
that they
saw
changed the
the
map.
image that they changed it to where it showed that the sun would completely be, showing light to Antarctica all at the same time for a whole 24 hours when it should have set it, but it didn't. If it was flat, it would have set, but it didn't.
Okay, do you got any evidence of if it was flat, it would have set? Or you
The
just
flat
gonna?
Earth. I can post it in the side chat. Hold on, give me a second. Let's see. Give me a second. I know I have it in my files.
What's the kind of fallacy that he's trying to utilize?
Ipsy Dixit.
Hold on.
Affirming the
He's just
consequence.
asserting it's true
right?
because it's true because it's true.
Where is it?
You're affirming the consequent.
This one.
Whose fucking map is that?
Yeah.
It's a map that came up on Google.
That's a map. Okay, so that quote unquote map comes from NASA.
Huh?
Huh?
Wait
So
a minute.
that
You
8E
telling me
projection
NASA are
is-
ran by shape-shifting reptilian Jews?
Okay, you're done, dude.
My bad. I apologize.
No, you're done. You're not letting us do anything. You're out. He's got so much gold proof in that the flat Earth has been debunked because he went to Antarctica that he had to troll because his proof is so strong.
Yeah, what is that cartoon garbage?
Like, who fucking came up with that shit?
Hey guys, sorry for interruption. How can I find which rank I have on this Discord server?
Oh, I don't know, dude. It's outside my freaking pay grade. I don't know, the Me6 bot, one of their bots? I don't know.
Okay, thanks.
I mean, all maps are flat. That doesn't mean that all maps are accurate.
And on how you make them, huh?
That's right. If I have a map of my city, it's going to be pretty damn accurate and pretty damn flat.
Well,
Yeah, like Google Maps.
Every map is made for a purpose. So if I get a road atlas, it'll tell me the roads to drive on, but it isn't going to tell me what the terrain is. It isn't going to tell me the weather patterns. It isn't going to tell me when the sun rises. It isn't going to tell me any of that stuff. So maps are just made for a purpose. Whatever the purpose they are, that's what they're accurate for. All other purposes, they don't care about. There is no map that tells you the elevation of the sun or when the sun rises or anything like that. They will only tell you when the sun's directly overhead, and that's it.
On this map, what is the white part that circles around your flat Earth?
First of all,
Do you know
it's
what
not.
it is?
It's not my flat
Our
Earth.
map, dude. That's not our map, bro.
It's like you haven't even been listening.
Do you guys even have a map of your flat Earth? Can someone post it in the chat so I can look at it?
All maps are flat. Does not mean that all maps are accurate.
I'm saying, what does your globe look like to you in your brain? I mean, your flat Earth.
I'm not even entertaining. He's a troll.
I was going to prove the globe.
Look, want to know what the Earth looks like in my brain? The way I actually have seen the Earth. I don't imagine what it would look like if we were in a third-person shooter. I'm not in a third-person shooter. I'm in a first-person shooter. Okay, and the Earth looks like how I see it outside of my eyeballs. And we can imagine floating away and after projecting our freaking spirits into the nether realm and looking back at Earth. But that's a fucking fantasy. I didn't take a bunch of ayahuasca, and that shit ain't never gonna happen. But you, because you've seen some videos, think somehow you can astral project yourself into another realm that's not the Earth. Dude, that's never gonna happen. It is, look, to the day you die, I hate to tell you, that's gonna be a figment of your imagination. Regardless, even if it was a globe, even if space was real, it's still going to be a figment of your imagination. You ain't never going to space. You ain't never getting on a rocket ship. You ain't never going to the moon. You're not going to Mars. You're not going into fucking orbit. None of that shit's happening for you. So you're never going to see the Earth as a ball. You're never going to experience it that way. You're going to have to imagine it forever and ever. I'm sorry.
Fuck's sakes, I was looking for.
Sorry, bud.
I wanted to add something if I could. It's not really logically valid for you to dismiss what we're proposing just because we won't make up something as like a bird's eye view of the whole of the earth. We're giving you facts, what we can prove and what we can verify.
Yeah, that's what really pisses me off. To expect that we have a perspective of everything from top down.
I mean, we have the technology to show what the Earth looks like from outer space, but you don't accept it.
We have the technology, we don't have outer space.
None of that can
That's
be
the
verified.
thing that's
It's not not first-hand knowledge. You've got this knowledge just like everybody else has it. It's not actually knowledge, it's just information passed on to you that you don't have first-hand experience of. So it should be questioned since you can't first-hand experience it.
Just because I can't go into outer space and verify, therefore it does not exist?
No, I would say that the laws of nature would give you some inkling or hint to whether or not that is even possible to even exist as in outer space.
I'm looking at it right now.
No, you perceive
Okay,
that it is
Black.
outer space looking at it. That is a filter. Instead of you objectively looking at it, you have some sort of bias when you look at it.
Yeah, I'm standing on Earth. I can't go into outer space. I can only view it from where I'm at.
You'll never go to outer space. It can't.
What is this, some kind of crabs in a bucket mentality? You'll never get there.
No,
I mean, look, when I die, I'll get
exist. It can't exist.
Huh?
It cannot
When you
exist.
die, you're going into the Earth, dude. You're not going
Yeah,
up.
just my body. Just my body.
And then you think the rest is going
fake.
up
You
to
think
wherever.
the rest is going to space? You think the metaphysical spirit realm is in outer space? You think that's where it is?
It's wherever God puts it. Wherever God puts me.
Yeah, it ain't outer space. And when you look up,
You don't know
see
that.
black.
You're not God.
Pretty sure God didn't say there was an outer space vacuum with a bunch of space balls in it.
God said he created the heavens and the earth.
Yeah, he separated the waters, remember? Waters above and waters below. Or did you forget that part?
I'm talking about the heavens.
Yeah. Right when he created the earth, he separated the waters.
Fine.
Yeah, the Earth is between the water. It's not between water and a vacuum.
So that black space that you see every night is water too?
No, look, I look up, I see black, and in the black there's a bunch of little freaking dots. Now, that's fine, but going, hey, that black is a freaking infinite vacuum that's 91 billion fucking light years across. That's a leap of logic.
A leap of logic?
Yeah, a leap of logic.
That particular dot is raining diamonds on that. If I get there, like, seriously?
I mean, I really wanted to go into gas pressure, but it'd be a complete shit show.
Yeah, dude.
It'd be a shit show.
Do it. Do it.
Just go to the
It's just
bathroom
butt
then.
gravity. It's just butt gravity.
Yeah, you're funny. Oh, yeah.
Talking about gas pressures and shit shows? Just sit your ass on the commode.
That's a good one.
Hey, let me ask you, if I had, so if I told you, hey, I want you to take that tire, that rim and tire, and I want you to increase the pressure, but you can't use the tire. All you have is the rim. Is that possible?
I don't know. Does it have one of those little things where you can attach the little hose to put air pressure in the tire?
Yeah, but there's no tire on the rim, so there's no barrier to contain the gas pressure. Is that possible?
I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, you're talking about outer space. It would suck up the whole environment of Earth, and we wouldn't have any air to breathe.
Vacuums don't suck. That's not how it works. So the gas has energy, and it will go in every direction. Okay, and it will go from high pressure to low pressure invariably. So if you have a gas surface ball Earth in the middle of a near infinite vacuum, it's going to try to reach thermodynamic equilibrium by the gas going off in every direction, so that's evenly distributed throughout the entire universe. That's what should happen. That's not what does happen.
That's why we have gravity.
Well, that's funny that you say that. That's a cool story, but no one can demonstrate gravitational gas pressure.
This VC only has room.
Well,
this VC only has room.
Hold on 1 second, Alfred. Let me just finish this one sentence. So there's something called the kinetic theory of gases, which describe gas behavior, and there's no gravity in any of those equations. It doesn't even exist because it doesn't have any effect on gas. Anyway, go ahead, Alpha.
I said this VC only has room enough for one Samoan. Only one.
Yeah, no shit, dude.
Oh man, that's right. That's the reason why I've been thinking about Bong lately. It's because Castle King was saying he was Samoan, and so is that's right.
It's like Highlander, you know. There can only be one.
That's it.
So this is funny though, because like Bong, on my little panels on my freaking app, my Discord app, Bong is right above him, right? Like just like right on top of him.
Mine too.
Bong and Castle's right underneath them. Stomp on him, punch down. It's like Bruce Lee.
No, it'll be like Spider-Man and Venom. Obviously.
Just real quick, Castle King, you're mentioning the Bible and God and going to heaven and stuff. Do you read the Bible? Just real quick. I know it's a little off topic, but I just want to point something out. Do you believe in the scriptures?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you remember that part where he says that he saw the new Jerusalem come from above and it came down, and that was the new heaven came to earth? Do you remember that part in Revelations?
No.
Okay, well, maybe go read Revelations, and it talks about how the city, it's the new Jerusalem, comes down from above, and he measured it with his rod, and it's 12,000 stadia by 12,000 by 12,000. That's 1,500 miles. It says it's 4 corners. It comes down. Now, I just want you to think about this. If you do believe in the Word of God and you are a believer of God, that 12,000 stadia is 1,500 miles by 1,500 miles. It's a cube, right? Like squared. How do you think that that works on a ball? If it's coming down as a square, like imagine a big box coming down, and then it's 1,500 miles length, width, and height, right? How does that fit on your ball? Don't you think it'll be rocking? It'll be a little teeter-totter? If you think the ball Earth is going to hold it, just think about that.
Obviously, God's gonna make it fit, man.
Hey, if you think that it's doable and it's gonna work with your globe, then hey, that's on you. I'm just saying. Hopefully, like, just think about it. You're like that dude in Idiocracy that's trying to put a circle into a square. In this case, you're putting a square into a circle. But look you just do you, bro. But I'm just saying, if you think that this world is a ball, and you're saying you're religious, and you are not, I didn't say that. Hold on, I put words in your mouth. You're saying you believe in God, and I'm assuming you believe the word is true. Then 1,500 miles by 1,500 miles coming down, and it's four corners of a city. Then it's not wrapping a ball, bro. It's
Yeah, bro, he just hand wave dismissed you off the straight up. Gotta make it happen. There you go. That's the answer to your question.
Yeah. So that's the answer in Lord of the Rings too. So like Lord of the Rings. Yeah. Hold on a second, man. So in the Middle Earth freaking story, so they start off like the whole fable is it starts off as a flat Earth, and when they all the gods fight and whatever, and then they end up in Middle Earth, then he turns it into a ball. So this dude's doing it in reverse. It's going to be a ball until the New Jerusalem comes, and then it's going to be a flat Earth.
Yeah, have you seen the picture? Actually, to Apoc's point, the picture when you type that in, the image shows an actual cube sitting on top of a spear. So
no freaking way, bro.
Yeah, it does. If you type in exactly what Apoc was talking about on the internet, we'll spit that out. That image will, and then Castle King will be like, "You see, I told you." All right, so Castle King, I've been listening to you for a couple of days, man. It sounds like you really dug in. You really dug into the Earth being a globe. Like you're bought in wholeheartedly. Like that whole lie that they sold you on, you bought the extra, package, like the additional. Like you're all in. There's nothing in your mind that you think the Earth is not a globe. Is that correct?
Yeah.
No, Mickey. Okay. It's scientism. It's scientism. That's how our culture is. It's if scientists say this is true, then it must be true. See, that's a religion.
Yeah,
it really is.
This, man, because I can relate, Bonk, because within the Hispanic community, it's the same way. Them dudes that are, not like a better word, not educated, but they don't have any critical thinking. They just go along with like traditional thinking. Traditional thinking is, so long as the elders say so, everything else is. So I can relate to like why he would be the way he is. Until the elders will come out and say, you know what, we have made a decision. The wisdom of the people has spoken, and now we're going to change the way we think. Until then, he's going to continue to plow forward because there's nothing in his traditional mind that will ever rock that foundation. He won't do it. He himself is not capable of rocking the traditional foundation of where he thinks like, how things are supposed to be thought of, right? So Hispanics kind of like that are the same way, in the Hispanic community. They're, they got their traditions, and you can't tell them anything about like how to think about something, in a different way, because it's not going to happen. So all he's doing right now is saying, look, man, this makes sense to like my traditional thinking. Anything you got to say, I'm just going to say it'll all work itself out as a globe. Like there's nothing you can tell Castle King that you could reason with him because he's unreasonable right now. I'm being honest with you.
Well, it does.
Listening to him, he's not reasonable, and I'm gonna put it to him like this because he's in the category right now of super cognitive dissonance. Like it's invincible ignorance. You cannot penetrate that ignorance with as much reasoning as you can possibly. Like you can try. It's like kind of fun to do so because you hear him like stumbling upon like his traditional thinking, but then you can't. That you're gonna have to just be like, yeah, that's fine, man. Think of it as a globe, Netflix and chill and all that shit. but he won't challenge himself. Does that make any sense, guys? He's not going to challenge himself.
He's like
Hey, I
he's
think
like
Flatsy had something to say.
He's like another Matthew Learns.
Flatsy was trying to say
He's
something.
never going to challenge himself. Does that make any sense, Castle King? You don't see the need to challenge yourself because the accepted traditional ways are just the way that you're happy, you're content. But you hear a lot of people saying the Earth is flat. You're interested, man. Why are you guys saying the Earth is flat? I hear you doing that. So I'm real good at reading people, so I know that's what you're in here doing. You just like it's to you kind of like a fun little chat that you've been having on the side. Not that you're taking it seriously because you don't need to, right? Because your traditional thinking's like, I don't need to. I just stick with what I know, and that's it. So you're kind of lighthearted about the whole thing. I get it. My people's that way too. So that's why I'm telling Bong, like I hear you, man. Your heart's going out to your peoples, man. But at some point, you just got to realize, man, them guys aren't ready for this. They're not ready for this kind of conversation. Anyway.
Holy smack. Server.
Everything you just said,
How
I
are
feel
you
the same
tonight?
way about you guys.
Cass,
How's everyone doing tonight?
What's up, man?
good. Can I
How's it going?
can I ask?
I just want to hear Castle's response. If you guys don't mind, I just want to hear his response
for it.
because I want to let him record to what I said.
Yeah. Did you hear what I said? Am I muted?
No, some people were talking over you. What you?
Oh, I was saying, I was listening very carefully to what you're saying, and everything that you were describing, I see you, flat earthers, the same way. You refuse to budge from this idea that the earth is flat. You're just stuck like that. No scientist can ever prove to you that this place is round. It's spherical. There's no amount of pictures from outer space, there's no video, none of that. You would have to actually get flown up by E.T. himself so that you can take a view from his spaceship for you to believe that this place is a sphere. That's the only way it's ever going to happen.
Okay, but you do realize that. Sorry, go ahead.
Hold on, I want to say something.
You go,
Look, dude, you're absolutely correct. No picture of the Earth is going to do it. You're right. You're absolutely correct. It needs to be measured.
I know.
It needs to be.
No, you need to go out there with E.T. phone home into outer space before you believe it.
Look, dude. No, it needs to be measured to be curving. Measured.
No,
you
just have to see it with your own two eyes from the proper distance.
Oh, see it.
Period.
Well, from the proper distance. So the distance that you've never been at. That distance.
Yeah, that one. None of us in this chat have been out there yet.
So we're telling you, hey, you just have to see it. The Earth looks flat, and you're like, fuck that shit. There's a better place to look at it. And you're like, have you been there to look at it from there? You're like, no. But I swear to God, you can do it because some other dude said they did it. Dude, you sound like an idiot. Look, we don't need to look at it. Look, you don't need to look at it. You can measure the Earth. You know that, right? We can measure it.
Yeah.
And then
What kind of tape measure are you guys using over there?
A regular one, dude. Feet and inches.
Oh, okay. Just curious. You go to Home Depot for that one, or what? How do you get that one?
I can tell you real quickly what we require. You forgot to mention. I want to clarify something with him, Alpha. I'm going to tell you real quickly what we require to quote unquote believe it. But we wouldn't have to believe it; we would know it. Curvature, drop over distance, measured. It's really simple. Go get that, and then we can shut all this shit down.
All right.
What you forgot to mention, Castle King, was when you told Indio what kind of tape measure you have, bro, you even forgot to realize that the Earth already has these metrics of a certain size. Bro, how the fuck did they measure that shit in the first instance with your tape measure? How do you think they did that?
I was joking about the tape measure from Home Depot.
No. See, here's the thing. You know Bong, his heart goes out to his peoples, man. So I'm trying to speak to you in a way so you can realize the ignorance of your ways, bro. The ignorance of your ways is that you're trying to tell people in this chat that are telling you how to measure something, and you're like, what kind of tape measure you use? Man, what tape measure did NASA fucking use? What kind of tape measure did the people who realize the Earth is a certain size use, bro? Did you ask that question? Think about it. Who did it the first time? The measurements of the Earth right now.
I don't know.
That's the problem, bro. You got this measurement that the Earth is a certain size, and you don't know how they measured it. Yeah,
It's not about the size, it's about the roundness.
No. Hold on, what you got, man? Then you want to look at us, and then you want to tell us what kind of tape measure we use, bro. They already gave you a certain size of an Earth. It's got like a certain dimensions. So how do you think you figured that out? Yeah,
Wait. You've got the dimensions of your flat Earth?
No, that's not what I'm saying. You're not listening to me, bro. You got your ears open, but they're not hearing me. So they've already given you the size of the Earth as a globe. It has dimensions, dude. It's got a radius, a diameter, and a circumference. Do you understand this? I'm not sure you do.
Yeah, this is math stuff.
Okay.
Hey, man, try this one, man. Like the Earth is so big it can't be measured. How about that? But it's not a ball.
Yeah, no, listen. So the Earth has certain dimensions already. Like that's what they're telling us right now. The Earth has a radius of 3959, a circumference of 24,901 miles. Bro, how the fuck did they measure that shit? You didn't ask them for their tape measure. You're not looking at the people who are telling you that the size of the Earth is that big. You're not telling them how they measured it. Man, how are you going to tell us how we measure our flat Earth if you don't know how they measure the globe? I'm speaking facts to you right now, and you're not hearing me, dude.
I was watching a show on YouTube last night because I was so curious. It's called The Final Experiment.
You're glossing.
Have you heard of The Final Experiment?
Bro, you're glossing
Have you heard of
everything
it?
I just told you. No,
I'm
you're
saying
glossing over everything
I need to look further into what I believe now to figure out how did they get these dimensions? How did they get these measurements? Now I'm going to have to go look.
They used angles.
I'm trying to tell you, dude. Listen, I'm trying to shake you awake from this sleep that you're in right now. Because Bong, he's in his peoples and all that, they're sleeping. So he woke up, he's trying to wake everybody up. But you like in this deep insomnia, like you're like a zombie, bro. You can't get woken up.
You think Bong is Neo from the Matrix over here, woke up from his little pod out there?
He's Morpheus.
You think
dude.
Bong is that guy?
He's Morpheus trying to wake Neo up. Neo didn't want to be woken up. It took him some time, right? Because he didn't want to realize. He's like, when Morpheus said, this is the real world. And Neo's like, hell nah. Get me out of here. That's what you're trying to do, man. You're just running away from the truth. And we're trying to tell you that the Earth already has these measurements that you don't even know how they got it. Yeah, you want to look at...
I'm going to go find out.
Well,
I'm going to find out tonight.
That's
Why
good.
even believe it if you haven't already looked into it?
Yeah, man, I believe myself.
Because I didn't think it was that important, but now you guys are over here presenting this argument about, oh, you don't know how those guys got those dimensions, therefore you believe it. Why?
You don't know how.
I'm going to go find out.
You don't know.
Hey,
I'm going to go find out tonight.
Castle.
You got to. You got to.
Castle.
So you can take the blue pill?
Is your faith important to you? Is your Christian faith important to you?
No, hold on. I think we're detracting. We got something solid right here. Hold on.
I'm just saying.
Look, hold up.
No, I've got a
Let's not go to the faith thing. No,
this isn't.
Man, but listen, this is 24/7. Hold up, bro. You don't hold up with your Christianity stuff. Hold up. All right, we're on some empirical stuff right now.
He's not following that.
My
point is he's not.
No, hell no. Hell fuck nah. Nope, you're not gonna persist, dude. 24/7, dude. We're not gonna talk about Christianity right now. No. He needs to realize whether or not the Earth. Yeah. Hold up.
Okay.
You gotta listen. You gotta track with a dialogue, dude. When it's 24/7 on the tip, you gotta listen. What we're doing is bringing people the real empirical information. Whether or not something can be verified is of the utmost importance. When somebody needs to get the facts and the truth, they don't know that, man. They don't know that the information that we're saying right now is true or not. They gotta go do the research. That's what I'm presenting to gentlemen. Because I do believe that everybody has a chance if they critically think. but he won't think if you got him on some religious tip. It's not gonna happen, bro. Anyway, so just everything that we've been saying, like India was coming in here and telling you, like everything is important for you to realize that fabricated story, all it has, it's like smoke and mirrors, man. Like when you go see a magic show, you like the magic show because it's nice to see and you want to like, you know, be kind of fooled by all the tricks. But once you start seeing what the magician's doing, it's not fun anymore. You're like, yeah, it's not really real. You know, shit's just like, it's sleight of hand shit, you know? So that's what's happening right now. Now it's time for like you to peek behind the curtain, see what the magician's really doing. And then you're going to realize, oh shit, dude, these flat earthers were really saying some shit. And I was just ignoring them. Like, that's what's going to happen. That's what Bong wants from you, man. He wants to just like speak to his folk like that, you know? Like, man, if I could just make you see what I see, you know? Then you wouldn't be like ignorant anymore. You'd be like, oh shit, you know, like I don't know the shit that I'm saying. That's my hope anyways, man, because like it's just like we get a lot of people in here, they're saying things, but they're not actually figuring out if they know the stuff is true or not. So with like NASA, with the measurements, with, you know, information that can be verified, they're not looking into it, man. So hopefully you can realize what I'm saying, man. It's more like, you know, we just want people to see that we're not just out here speaking nonsense, man. This isn't just some meme on the internet. Like, we're doing some work here to actually make people realize that they don't know what they're talking about.
That they don't know why they believe what they believe. You demonstrated it. You don't know why you think the Earth's a globe, other than they showed it to you on TV. But when asked the detail of how big's the Earth, where'd they get that? You're grilling us on where's ours. Well, why didn't you ask them where's theirs?
Yep.
Well, it made sense because you fly around the globe and you end up at the same spot if you go far enough.
What makes you think that? You've never done that. Nobody's ever done that shit.
Yeah, that's important, man. Listen to Indio, man, because this is important. When you say those words, you don't realize if anybody's actually done that. You're just saying those words because it sounds like something somebody would say if they think the Earth is like a ball. But you don't realize, has anybody done it? Did you look into it? That's where the rubber meets the road.
Do I have to take a flight from Cali to go all around the world and back to Cali for you to understand that I'm telling you what I believe to be true?
How do you know? Listen. How do you know the information is true? How do you know it's true?
You mean, what do you mean? Wait, hold on, man.
You just told me some information, right? You told Indio and me some information.
I'm going to jump on the plane to go all around the world. All the way around.
Man, you're just talking nonsense right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, how can you verify the information that you're telling me is true? That stuff is true, man. You're just saying it like someone who just believes in something to be true. You don't know it's true.
Well, that's why I got to take the plane.
Yeah, but you say you're going to do something.
You're never going to catch that.
Doesn't mean that you know. Listen, yeah, just because you're saying you're going to do something doesn't mean you know that it's true right now, right? That's what I'm telling you. How do you know it's true right now?
Is it going to change my quality of life if I know right now?
It's going to change the quality. Listen, it's going to change the quality of your mental status, man. How you speak.
So?
You're not gonna be. Yeah, that's absolutely a fact, bro. You're in like, okay. So if I say nonsense to you, like if I say, I don't know, the spaghetti monster's real, you get like, dude, what are you talking about, man? That stuff is not even. And I'll be like, yeah, bro, he exists. He flies around, you know what I mean? And you're just gonna be like, dude, prove that shit to me, man. If you're saying some nonsense, prove it to me. That's what we're telling you right now. You're speaking some nonsense, dude, and we're telling you.
It's easier for me to fly around the globe than to show you the spaghetti monster.
Yeah. You can fly from point A to point B, dude. How do you know from point A to point B is curving, man? How do you know that stuff is curving, man?
Because I didn't bump into the ice wall and I didn't fly off the planet. That's how.
Nah. This ain't talking about flying on no ice wall, man. This is talking about when you go from point A to point B. there should be a specific amount of curvature that you're traveling. How do you know you're traveling over that amount of curvature?
Well, you know, at some point I'm going to go to sleep on that plane. I'm not going to see. I'm going to eat my little food that the flight attendant brings me. I'm watching my movie. I'm going to go to sleep.
That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. You don't know during any you're awake that you're flying over any amount of curvature. That's never in your mind or anybody else on the plane. No one's ever thinking of that
ask the pilot. If I ask the pilot, hey, did you see a curve out there when you were flying this plane? And what if he says, yeah?
I'm going to tell you like this. Tell him the most important thing that you should tell him. How much curvature do you have to negotiate when you fly in this plane? Like, let's say you're going...
Negotiate?
You're gonna go.
Well, we're talking to the curves over here now? Who's the crazy one? You or me?
Look, listen to me. Listen to me. If the pilot is going to be going over a specific amount of curvature from his flight, you know, from point A to point B, he's going to have to negotiate over that curve. He's going to have to consider. He's going to consider that
talking to the curve. How you doing, curve? Wonderful to see you again. It's so nice to see you again, my friend. That's why you're going to be negotiating with the curve?
Listen. Yeah,
Dude,
it is about negotiating
negotiate has more than one context meaning. Hold on, Elpa. Negotiate has more than one context meaning. Doesn't just mean hostage negotiation. Stop watching CSI Miami and come back to the world, dude.
I'm talking about negotiating with Samuel L. Jackson. Have you seen that movie?
No, dude, you're like a squirrel, bro. Why your mind gets so distracted?
No, anyone who knows me in real life knows I'm far from a squirrel. I'm more like
your mind is like a squirrel.
This is why we asked. This is why I asked you. Hey, this is why I asked you what is the radius, right? Because you can't go all around the world and do all this shit. There's something that's so much easier that you can do, and that is to know what the radius, what the size and the curvature should be, and then you should go out there and be able to see it, measure it. It should exist, right?
How am I gonna measure that?
Let me say it like this. Hold on, Castle. Let me say it like this. If the pilot is going from point A to point B, how does he know he's traveling over a certain amount of curvature? How does he know that?
I'm gonna have to ask a pilot.
Yeah, ask him. Ask him how much when you go on your flight.
No, that's funny. I know a guy named R.C. Meisty. He's a Mormon, and he's a pilot. I'll ask him next time I see him.
Yeah, ask him this specifically. When you go to point B, how much curvature do you have to travel over? Do you have to factor that in when you're actually flying the plane? Because if the Earth is curving, he has to think about that curvature when he's traveling over it. As in, he's got to know how much, he's got to compensate for that curve throughout the course of his flight. Ask him that. And let's see if he tells you the truth.
Why?
Listen, Castle, we know R.C. Meisty. We've talked to him hundreds of times. I could play a clip right now of him saying that if there was no such thing as outer space, he would kill himself. Okay? He's not a very good expert witness for you, dude.
Reliable source.
He is a pilot. He's a pilot.
He's not a commercial pilot. He has a pilot's license. He flies shit little fucking planes. Okay? I've talked to him hundreds of times.
Does he believe the Earth is flat around?
No, he's a zealot, dude.
He's a what?
You got to speak
to
someone who really. Someone who really
he's
thinks
a psycho, yet he's flying planes? He's a psycho, and he's out there in the plane?
Castle King. He's a psycho because he said he would kill himself if space didn't exist.
Well, that's because he's never going to kill himself because it does exist.
No, dude.
He was almost in tears, dude. I can play the audio.
He was almost in tears? Oh, wait till I see this guy. Oh, I'm going to tell him. Yo, R.C. Meisty. These guys over there 24/7 Flat Earth said that you were almost in tears when you said that you would kill yourself because there's no space. Wait till I tell him that.
See, now he gets distracted, Indio. This guy gets distracted.
Hold on, dude. Castle, I have the audio. I could play it for you. Do you,
Yeah, let me
you
hear
want
it.
to hear it? I don't know if I can play it through this. I can post it. I'll post it in the chat.
Wait. Does RC Mercy believe this place is round or flat?
Who cares?
Look,
He doesn't
man.
know anything.
What do you mean? Who cares?
Man.
He's a pilot.
Who cares?
Hold up.
That don't mean anything. He flies over a flat, non-rotating Earth.
All right. So why don't you just ask any other pilot that's out there instead of somebody who's in here constantly day in and day out trying to figure out how his idea that the Earth is a globe is an actual reality. Why don't you speak to just a normal pilot out there, Castle King?
When I take a flight down to Samoa in the future, I'll ask the pilot himself.
There you go. There you go. And make sure you tell him exactly what we were talking about here.
Yeah, but how about the curvature? How about learning about the globe, man, and what you should be seeing out here? Because you're running around out there looking at the horizon, right? Like, and you don't even know what you're looking at.
Okay, I
You don't
have,
even know what
I
you're
have an interjection here.
Yeah,
That's
but if you were
plain
on
to
a
see.
ball, if you were on a ball that was a certain size, right? Certain size, small, right? What should you see? What should you not see? Should I even see a horizon, a flat line, like perfectly dividing the sky and the ground? Should that even be like, if it was a ball, should that even exist?
Yeah.
I have an interjection here, gentlemen. All right, all ears. Okay, so let's take Mount Everest. How tall is Mount Everest? How deep is Marianas Trench? If Mount Everest is the tallest mountain in the world, and it's like, what, 5 miles high from sea level? But if you zoom out and you see Earth and you can't see it jutting out of the planet because the planet is so fucking massive, do you think you're going to be able to see the curvature from 10,000, 30,000, 40,000 feet?
No, we don't think that, and that's not our argument.
Well,
so did you just get here or
the
something?
basis, no,
I've
been here. So the basis of your argument right now is that it looks flat from the sky.
No,
correct?
that's not. No.
It looks round from the sky.
We were talking about whether you have to fly and negotiate over a curved Earth while you're flying.
Well, the U.S. military has numbers based on the SR-72. It's faster to traverse the surface level of the Earth by flying higher because of the curvature. You go up, you go straight, a real straight line, and because it's curving under you, you're traversing more mileage on ground level because you're flying in a straight line high.
You can post that in the chat. You can post that in the chat.
Oh yeah, that's the X-Men. That's what Wolverine and those guys take. That Blackbird, right? You talking about that?
Yeah. So
that's a sci-fi spin-off of the SR-71.
There's a SR-71 Blackbird pilot that was interviewed, and he said he was over Nevada, and could see the Rockies in Canada, from 90,000 feet.
Okay, but let's take that into scale. 90,000 feet, and then you take the circumference of the Earth. I equals R squared. What is the formula for finding the circumference of a circle?
300 miles under the horizon.
90,000 feet isn't 300 miles.
Yeah, dude. Okay. The horizon from 90,000 feet is probably something like, off the top of my head, about 450 miles away.
No.
The Canadian Rockies
5,000 feet in a mile, roughly. It's 5,280 something.
What do you think the curvature of the Earth is supposed to be? How much drop is there in a mile? What is it like? What is the curve calculation like? What should I expect?
Do you know the number? I don't know it off the top of my head. I think you're supposed to be able to, at 6 feet high, only supposed to be able to see 7 miles worth of.
Okay, the drop is supposed to be 8 inches per mile squared, roughly. That's the drop.
Okay. All right.
Okay, so Colorado Rockies from Arizona is like 1,500 miles away.
Okay.
8 inches per mile squared. Okay, so that's like something like, well, God damn it, I'm not near my computer.
That's all right. Throw me a number. What do you think it is?
Yeah, hold on. I'll just look it up.
It's in the chat.
You guys just say Earth too biggy, but you don't know anything about what the curve
That's
It's
pretty cool
supposed
chart.
to be. Oh, did someone post it?
There's a couple charts in here. Let me see if I can find this diagram about how the military likes to fly really high for a reason. I'm not discounting that the Earth's flat or round.
Yeah, so the horizon distance from 90,000 feet is 367 miles. So I'm just guessing. I'm just going to guess the Canadian Rockies from frickin' Nevada is 1,400 miles away, but it's probably more like 2,000.
It's like 1,600 miles, something like that.
Yeah, let's just try 1,500. Let's just use that.
I think it's 1,500. From like.
So 1,500 miles from 90,000 feet. You should not be able to see anything unless it's 158 miles tall. 158 miles tall.
Is the Earth a parabola, or is
I didn't use the 8 inches from mouth squared, and no, it's not a parabola. I have an idea. Why
It's
don't
not
you
a
give us the
parabola?
exact?
It's wider at the equator.
Hold on, I have an idea. Shut the fuck up. I have an
Damn.
idea.
Mm-hmm.
Give us the exact formula for drop. The exact one.
Testing 1 2 3. I must be cutting out. Indio's a good faith interlocutor, so he wouldn't do something like dodge a question.
Give us the exact.
The question I asked. Maybe Indio just didn't hear me, so I'll just repeat my question.
No,
Is the
Earth
claim
is not a
that-
parabola.
is the claim-
So
is
that's
the
a red
claim-
herring.
Hello, Indio, are you there?
Yeah, shut the fuck up.
Blaze
dude. I'm gonna
Wasabi, am I
ban
cutting
you.
out for you?
You're gonna
Maybe
get
it's
banned in
just
3.
Here, I'm gonna
2.
go ahead and ping you. Maybe go ahead. Indio 007. Do you need a new?
Shit. Okay, goodbye, Ham. See you later.
Yeah. What a LARP, dude.
C'est la vie, Mongo.
Okay, so let me finish. The parabola red herring. All the calculations, no matter what methodology you use to calculate it, are approximations, including 8 inches per mile squared. There is no exact solution. So saying, isn't that a parabola? It's a red herring because they don't have an exact solution either. We use approximations in all the calculations. So complaining about one approximation versus another is disingenuous, which is why it irritated me. But so tell me, what Colorado Rocky Mountain is 157 miles tall, from which they could see from the SR-71 Blackbird from over Nevada?
Okay, that's a fair point, but how about the legitimacy of his claim? The pilot's claim that you're basing this off of.
Okay, so he is a SR-71 Blackbird. I mean, he could be full of shit, sure.
Yeah, he could be just.
But that sounds like that's the only busting observation. So I'll give you an example. In the Southern Ocean Sailing Guide, which is put out by the U.S. National Geospatial Agency, says right in it, it's not uncommon because of the clear air to see mountains 300 miles away. Now, 300 miles away from sea level, the only mountain you would be able to see would have to be 11 miles tall. And since, like you already said, Everest is only 5 miles tall, that eliminates that. This is a U.S. publication. Like I said, the National Geo. See, a lot of people, they don't understand. They don't understand how much curve they're supposed to be with distance, and they just say stuff because they don't understand, right? When they printed that, they didn't go, "Well, this busts the globe." They're convinced it's a globe, so like they think that this is no problem on a globe because it's just a giant ball. No, the horizon is the Earth is a lot smaller than what people think it is. A lot smaller.
Are you talking point A to point B, riding on tires, going around the world? Or
The rate. I'm talking about the rate of curvature.
Oh, okay.
How fast the Earth is supposed to curve away.
Well, what if you say that the Earth is not a perfect sphere, like a lot of modern theory says? Now it really depends on where you're standing from. And if you're towards the
No, it
equator,
doesn't.
it's
It
wider at
doesn't
the equator.
matter.
If they say it's wider, this is all hypothetical. If it's wider at the equator and you can see mountain ranges, then
doesn't
okay.
matter.
But if you're closer to a pole where it's not as round, or it's more round, then you shouldn't be able to see him as easily. Now you're bringing the Rockies
Okay,
into example,
okay.
but he's on a
Listen,
different latitude,
it doesn't
longitude line
matter.
than what the equator is.
Are
Why
you
doesn't it
listening?
matter?
It doesn't.
That's just how
Okay,
shapes
I'm
work,
going to
though.
tell you why. I'm going to tell you why it doesn't matter. The difference between the equatorial radius and the polar radius that they say is 11 miles. And if you look at the difference in the rate of curvature of one radius versus the other radius, polar radius versus the equatorial radius, the difference is 2/100ths of an inch of curvature squared per mile.
So if I'm
It's
standing
nothing.
on the highest
It's nothing.
mountain in the United States,
It's 2/100ths of an inch difference of curvature.
okay, but if I'm standing on the highest mountain in the United States, then theoretically I should be able to see the Himalayas, right?
No.
Why not? No, if there was no air
Because air is not
visibility,
transparent, dude. Air's not transparent.
okay, that's what I'm saying.
And the
Theoretically,
angular size of the Himalayas from the top of the Rockies, how big would that be?
okay. Theoretically, if I'm
So things
standing on
get
top
smaller
of
with distance, right?
Pikes Peak and I look across the vast amount of distance all the way to Afghanistan, and I should be able to see the tip of the Himalayas.
No.
We have telescopes in deep space that can see blah blah blah, far far away, different galaxies, different stars, all sorts of stuff. If I have that type of telescope sitting on top of a mountain, should I be able to see
Wouldn't
the
matter.
Himalayas then? Why would it
No.
matter?
Because light comes to the telescope, right?
Okay.
Okay. Has to go through thousands of miles of air.
Okay,
And if
let's
you go on your
remove
local
the
weather,
air
go
thing.
on your local weather app, right? Go on your local weather app, and there'll be a little entry that says visibility, and it'll say 10 miles, 15 miles, 20 miles. It never says 6,000 miles or 9,000 miles. Now, the furthest you can see in the cleanest possible air, according to the model of the atmosphere that they have, is 296 kilometers to sea level.
Okay, let's remove
Okay?
that variable of
Nothing
air
to do with the
clarity.
curvature of the earth. That just has to do with the meteorological conditions. Okay, that's it. Plus, when things get further away, they get smaller, right?
Right.
They sometimes have a smaller visual angle. And you're talking about a fucking 5-mile tall mountain from 9,000 miles away, dude. How big do you
Okay.
think that's going to be?
Okay, that's where I'm saying, theoretically, if I put the Hubble Space Telescope on top of Pikes Peak, I should be able to see
Wouldn't matter.
the Himalayas.
No,
Removing the
wouldn't
air
matter.
clarity and visibility, I should
Yeah,
be able
okay,
to see
so
it,
we're in a
right?
vacuum.
Indio, he's saying put the fucking thing out in outer space.
Take the variable of air clarity and visibility out.
No air.
And then I'm not talking about the proportions of the mountain versus the distance that I'm trying to see them from.
Crazy.
If I have
Okay,
a powerful enough telescope that can see that far, and there's no visibility issues with the air, I should be able to see the Himalayas, right?
Maybe, I guess. There's nothing in the way.
What would be in the way? I mean, you're talking the tallest
Other
mountains
mountains.
from point A to
So,
point B.
okay, so objects that are closer than you, listen, objects that are closer than you, even though they're smaller than objects farther away, will block the view of objects farther away. For example, if you have a wave that's 1 meter high, that's 1 kilometer away, it'll block out something that's 10 meters high, 10 kilometers away, and 100 meters high, 100 kilometers away. Okay? So it's called linear perspective. So if before the Himalayas, there's some other 2,000-foot mountain, but it's 20,000 times closer, you're not going to be able to see the Himalayas behind it because its angular size is larger because it's so much closer.
Okay, put it
This is a
two-dimensional.
dumbass
Think of it
hypothetical.
two-dimensional then.
Dumbass.
That wouldn't make
No, we're
sense,
not
because if I'm
taking
standing on the
two-dimensional,
tallest...
we're done on we're done with La La Land, okay? This is the funny part, is that you have to go into imagination land. Imagine there's no air. Now imagine I freaking glassed the Hubble telescope out of orbit.
No, in theory,
Imagine
if
there's
the Earth
nothing
is
in the way
flat, you're
between
telling me I
fucking
should
Mount
be
Everest
able to
and there.
stand
Now
somewhere
imagine.
in some mountain in Turkey or some mountain in like Somalia or Ethiopia, and I should be able to see the Himalayas from there. I should be able to see across the entire ocean and see that peak.
Your prediction is worthless.
No, it's not a prediction. I'm going off
It
of
is a
the flat
prediction. You're
Earth
saying I
theory.
should see. If you say I should see, it's a prediction.
No. Well, okay. What do you think
then what is it?
hypothesizing is? What do you think hypothesizing is?
Yeah, it's a prediction. A hypothesis is a prediction of what the results of your experiment.
Indio, may I ask a question? This guy, I think he's glazed wasabi. I think he mentioned that we can see into further galaxies with telescopes. Okay.
Yeah.
The closest galaxy is 25,000 light years away. I don't know exactly how much, but doesn't this guy know that a telescope or the maximum magnification of a telescope has a limit for it to be clear? So you cannot see infinite. For example, here there is a post somewhere which says, the theoretical limit of useful magnification for a telescope is 50 or 60 times the telescope's aperture in inches, or 2 times the aperture in millimeters. So for a 60 millimeter refractor, the maximum useful power is 120. So how the hell? I don't need even to calculate. I mean, when you think about 25,000 light years away, how big should be that telescope? I mean, he's the science guy. Okay, let him calculate that. How big should be that telescope? That means they are just lying. They are just lying.
What I've done is he can't say yes. I gave him an equation.
Wait a minute. Yeah, wait a minute. That means they are just coming spewing things and depending on us not fact checking them. So can you please ask him to verify how big should be a telescope? And we have such a telescope. Should it be maybe as big as the Earth? Or
I think the Hubble telescope could definitely see that 9,000 miles.
You think you're not calculating?
Calculating what?
Calculated. I gave you. Yeah, calculated. The magnification, the theoretical limit of useful magnification for a telescope is 50 or 30, 60 times the telescope's aperture in inches, or 2 times the aperture in millimeters. So 60 millimeter refractor.
I don't know how to math that. I don't have an equation.
You don't know.
No. What I've done.
You always answer with I don't know. I don't know. You come.
No, it was a yes or no question. It was a yes or no question.
I don't know. We should do the homework. The
answer was
get
no.
Get the fuck out of here. Okay, I will mute myself.
Berserker, hold on.
No, I'm just.
The answer was no. The answer was no. The answer was no 3 times.
But it should be yes. If the Earth is flat, you should be able to see mountain peak to mountain peak.
Calculation which leads you to believe it should be yes. What's the angular size of the object you're trying to look at?
You're talking about Earth being flat.
Give us
if I stand on the highest point.
No, you just don't know how optics work. Okay, you're an idiot. It's really that simple.
Resolution.
No, you're just a fucking idiot. So
I'm not asking about that.
I'm going to ask you.
I'm asking
let's do the calculation together.
Stand
let's do the calculation
on the
together.
highest mountain.
Let's do the calculation. No, the answer is no.
Why not?
Let's do the calculation together. We can get the Rayleigh criterion for the telescope. What's the diameter of the telescope?
In the world.
So it's like, listen, no.
The K2 mountain.
The answer is no.
In Skardu. Okay.
Dude, you're a retard.
How far is K2?
From where?
Himalaya.
From K2?
From Mount Everest. How far is K2 from Mount Everest?
It's not that far.
I don't know. You go figure it out.
I'm looking it up right now.
I don't think it's that far.
Yeah.
It's not that far.
So what you're going to need is the prominence of the mountain. That means how much of it's visible, right, above sea level. So it's going to have a prominence that's higher than the surrounding land. And you can go get an angular size calculator, and you can punch in the numbers, and then you can get the angular size of the mountain from that distance. And after you do that, then you need your telescope.
What's the resolving power of the my question?
You take the Rayleigh criterion.
If the world is flat,
figure out what's the,
and I stand on K2.
No, you're stupid.
And I had a telescope powerful enough to see. I don't know, 3,000 miles away from K2
stupid, dude.
to Himalayas. I should be able to, if you shined a flashlight at me, see the fucking light. I should be able to see something from peak to peak, from the second tallest mountain. Nothing's taller than the second one other than the first one, but I'm looking from the second to the first mountain.
Okay. There is something called the Rayleigh criterion. Let me ask you this question. Why can't you see the molecules in your hand? Is it because of the curve of the Earth?
Just hang on a second.
This guy isn't right now, is he?
No, really. Why can't you see the molecules in your hand? According to you and your stupid hypothetical, that you should be able to see them because there's nothing in the way.
Zoom would be the difference. Magnification.
Okay.
I answered for it.
We need to figure out.
Zoom in. That's what I said.
Yeah. Okay. Nobody's ever.
It would be zoom, which is magnification.
Perfect. Here you go. Right here. Here you go. I got it. I got some numbers for you. I got some numbers from you. Mount Everest is 819 miles away from K2. Okay.
Okay.
That's not a hard feat to zoom in 119 miles. Again, remove the air visibility. Are you a flat earther or are you a round earther?
You're an idiot.
I'm not an idiot. I'm asking questions.
No, you are.
You're putting me down. I'm trying to get a feel for how you're thinking here. If I stand on the top of K2 and I try and look at Mount Everest.
If you don't stop talking, I'm going to mute you. If you don't listen to what I have to say, I'm going to mute you.
I've been listening, but you keep asking me questions, and I'm not a mathematician. I'm a guy in here trying to figure out if the world's flat.
So you're making a shit prediction.
No,
the Earth is obviously round.
I'm asking you if the world is flat, can I see Mount Everest theoretically from Mount K2?
No, not theoretically. No.
But the world's flat, right?
Yes.
Okay.
So you can see it then?
If I draw a straight line from the peak of K2 to the peak of Mount Everest, I should be able to see it. Why doesn't it work? It's the two highest points in the world.
Okay, you're stupid. Okay, that's not how it works. There's something
explain to us how it works.
I'm trying to, but you keep interrupting.
Hey, go ahead. It's yours. Go ahead, bro.
Okay, this is your last chance.
Go ahead.
If I get interrupted by either one of you, I'm going to ban you both out of here.
That's what flat earthers do.
Okay, this is your say one more fucking thing.
Spit it out, Indio. Waiting.
What's the Rayleigh criterion?
I thought you were going to tell us why you couldn't.
Okay, there's something called the Rayleigh criterion.
Okay, flat earther, tell us.
Someone kick him out of here.
Yeah, you have to kick people because you have no scientific evidence.
I just told you the Rayleigh criterion.
I'm asking you to explain it. Go ahead and explain it.
There it is.
Are you going to understand it? So it's the diffraction limitation of any optical system. Do you know what diffraction is? Or do I got to explain that too? How far down do I got to go?
All the way to the basis of the equation.
How far down do I have to go? Do you know what
all the way to the bottom?
Let's go step by step.
Go all the way to the bottom of the equation. 2 plus 2.
Let's not be ridiculous. Let's go step by step. I don't know what that last thing you said was. Please explain it to me like I'm 5.
Okay. So what happens is there's something called the diffraction limit, and depending on the diameter of the lens of the optic, what will happen is if you have an object which is made of points of light, and then the points of light are separated by some angle. When they get to the optical system, there's a minimum angle that can resolve because the light's actually waves. It's not rays, right? It behaves like waves. So what will happen is it don't interfere, and you can't resolve you can't differentiate two different points from each other, right? So if you look out at, there's a mountain out there somewhere, I'm going to point my telescope at it. But you have to differentiate it from everything else to see it. Well, if the angle that subtends, the visual angle, is smaller than the diffraction limit of your aperture, of your optical system, then you won't be able to resolve it, and they'll just look like a fucking blur. You won't be able to tell it from anything else in the environment.
I can get behind that. That makes sense.
This isn't my opinion. Okay, if you look it up, even NASA, they have a publication that says the Rayleigh criterion, the most important equation in astronomy. It isn't based upon rays. See, we only use the ray optic model for certain. It's called the geometric ray optic model. We only use that in certain situations. This is not. It's not applicable in this situation. We use them to make lenses, right? But
okay.
In this situation, when you're dealing with something that's so small, this far away, you have other optical effects that happen, namely wave interference, diffraction, chromatic aberration, vignetting, all sorts of shit. You already threw out the air. Okay. You want to throw out the optical system too. What you want to do is take an abstract geometry, like take in crayon, and draw a little mountain over here on this side of the paper, and a little mountain over here on this side of the paper, and I can draw a little line in crayon to the other mountain. I should be able to see it. That's infantile.
Okay.
That's infantile.
But theoretically, you should be able to see it.
No, I just gave you the theory.
No, you can't visibly see it, but if you look in that direction, you're going to be looking at it without knowing it. What you're saying is there's going to be mountains in the way. So if I take the second highest mountain and I go to the peak,
I said at all.
I know, I get that. No, I totally understand that. I get that.
Okay, you're muted. Yeah, you just said I said this, and then I said I did not say
I'm
this.
I'm asking for you to tell me yes. I'm looking for that yes, because if you remove all that bullshit, you sound like a smart guy.
It's not bullshit.
Back up. You're getting hung up. You're getting hung up on the technicality.
Yeah, we're done with you.
It's in every physics book.
Literally.
Did you mention NASA? You mentioned even NASA. You said something about NASA.
Yeah, I didn't catch
So
that.
it's your ego that won't let you take the L. You came up with a shit hypothetical as a gotcha, and you went down in fucking flames, and you have to make a fool of your goddamn self, dude. Why? I don't know why you people do this. You're in the wrong. Listen, you're in the wrong VC. The shit might work in the other VCs. It ain't gonna work over here.
Nah.
What do you mean, you people?
Hey, how's it going? Why'd you mute me? What the fuck was that all about?
Good to hear you, Bong. Yeah, brother.
Why the fuck did I get muted there?
Because you're being rude. Because you don't know what diffraction is.
Okay, so first off, scientific equation. Do you mute people that disagree with you?
Okay.
You're
no.
No, that's actually logic for this channel.
So who have I muted that I disagreed with? Name one person.
Me and the last guy that you muted.
I didn't mute you, and I didn't mute the last guy either.
You actually said when I was talking, mute this guy.
Yeah, but
so you muted me effectively, right?
That's right, because you were
okay.
trolling.
So you did.
Yeah, but you were trolling.
You said name someone that you muted.
But you were. I didn't mute you. Someone else muted you.
You effectively muted me because you asked them to mute me.
No, we're not going to have a meta.
No, you weren't adding value to the conversation. You weren't adding value to the conversation. You were just trolling. Shut the fuck up, dude.
Dillis.
Come in here.
Says the skull knocker that thinks the Earth's flat. That's crazy,
evidence, man. Where's the globe evidence, bro?
So if the chat name is the Earth is flat, don't you have the?
I don't have to have evidence for flat Earth, man. We living on it. What do you got for the globe?
He ain't around anymore.
You don't need evidence for the flat Earth.
I banned him because I disagreed with him.
Wait. He said he doesn't need evidence for the flat Earth.
Yes, we don't need because we are living on one.
You guys are new. Hey, listen. You guys are the new kids on the block with this flat Earth stuff, man. Why do we have to prove that this place is round when it's been known for centuries?
No, it's thousands of years old. dude.
Your
Thousands of years old.
That's hilarious.
Castle King, your ancestors, when they navigated, they were navigating, they were using celestial navigation. So it's like angles, no curved line. You have to prove us the globe. We don't have to.
Yeah, Castle, you got to start learning to like absorb what you hear here, right? Because we've told you this before. We've been through this conversation before. How old flat Earth is, right?
Like how many thousands of years again?
People particularly saying the Earth is flat, right? That was the cosmological view of most of civilization up until about the fucking, the 15th century or something.
You know, I can pardon the cavemen for thinking this place is flat. But once we go into space, there's no more excuses.
You are not a Samoan. You're not a Samoan, man. Just shut up.
Holy shit. What the hell?
Listen, man. Samoans were called the Samoans Navigator Islands. Do you know why? Because they used to navigate the South Pacific. There's thousands of freaking sailboats just coming in and out like a freaking highway, man. Let me finish what I'm saying, man. And these people are flat earthers, right? So when you say new kids on the block, right? Who you talking about?
I'm talking to you.
Talking about?
Yeah.
The globe is the new kids on the block, man.
Your ancestors were flat earthers.
I know. Look at this guy. Look at this guy.
You don't even know any new kids on the block. You're a youngster, homie.
Yeah, don't leave me, girl.
Don't leave me, girl. Please don't go, girl. Please don't go, girl.
Someone's. Hey,
check yourself, host. Checkmate, homie. Game over.
Let me
I
finish
just
what I'm
slapped you over there all the way from California, baby.
That was beautiful. That was beautiful. Look it up, man. Go to YouTube. Go to YouTube and type in